Good morning, and welcome to the June 11th, 2026 Planning Commission meeting. So if we will all please stand and do the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we want to take a few minutes to look through this stuff? Monica? Do you want a few minutes to look through all this?
I've read up to 90-something comments, so.
Why don't we take, maybe give 10 minutes just to look at those. So, good morning. We were just delivered this, so if we would like to take a 10-minute break just so that we can look through all this paperwork so that we can make sure that we can, give the attention that it deserves before we proceed on. So, we will come back. We'll come back at 9:15 and get started on 6A. So if you'll indulge us for a few moments, and we can look at our paperwork. So thank you. All right, thank you. We're back, and thank you for the indulgence of letting us look through all this paperwork. If we only had a few more pieces of paper to look at for these projects, oh my goodness. But it's important that we give the respect and the time to look at the comments that have come in from all the folks that have taken the time to share their input and suggestions. All right, so we had verification of legal notices. Everything was done correctly? Okay. So we still have consent agenda on our agenda. So since we don't have that, maybe we can work on removing that. All right, so we have public input, and this is a time when folks from either Zoom or from folks in the chamber may step forward and share any input about an item not on the agenda. And you have 3 minutes to do that. You state your name, and then you may share whatever you have, whatever topic. So I'll open it up for that public input. Do we have anybody on Zoom who's interested in doing public input at this point?
We have one person online. Wait, this is, make sure
Right. Yeah, jump in. Right. So do we have someone? We have Coraline. Okay, so we want to make sure that this is, what you're going to share with us is not on today's agenda. I can't see, so, okay, all right. Well, you can jump back in when your agenda item comes forward. So anyone else? Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Margot Kambara. I would like to make a suggestion and request, and it has to do with public comment in Granicus. If a member of the public wishes to make a detailed and thorough comment, Granicus has limitations. You're limited to 10,000 characters, and you can't attach attachments. So I respectfully request that the county look into allowing more latitude or more avenues for the public to share thoughts on these issues that come before you. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. I didn't know that there was that limitation. So we'll just direct staff to look into if that avenue can be expanded. Because I do know some of these topics are very complicated, and the input probably takes more than the allotted number of characters. Thank you for that input. All right. Okay, so again, make sure that it's not one of the agenda items. The person still wants to go forward?
Is it working?
Yes, so please state your name and the item that you'd like to, or the comment that you'd like to make.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Angela Emerald. Make a request again, CDD not, right now they put a stipulation of their recommendation for moving forward. And I think that on your items, it should be both motions, a motion to approve and a motion to deny. I feel it's biased that they put a recommendation for approval on these projects before they're heard. Also, to go to Ms. Kambara's comment, she is correct, it is a 10,000 character limit on e-comments. However, I believe you can attach a PDF file and you can always email it to the clerk of the board, to CDD, and they will attach it as well.
Thank you. Just to let you know, your audio is a little garbled, so if you have comments later in the meeting, maybe we could work on that a little bit. Any other comments? Okay. Any other from the chambers? All right, thank you. We will close public comment. All right, so for our 905 item is consideration of proposed major use permit and mitigated negative declaration for PL 25394 for UP 2416 USCA 7286 North Lakeport. Applicant is Assurance Development T-Mobile to construct a 150-foot tall monopine cell tower with a 10-foot tall lightning rod and ancillary structures located at 5017 Terrace Avenue, Lakeport, APN 029-031-18.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Max Stockton. I'm an Associate Planner with Community Development Department. And yes, I am here to present to you Major Use Permit PL 25394. I just want to bring to your attention this application was originally taken in as Major Use Permit UP 2416, if there was any confusion on that. I would also like to bring to your attention that the consultant is in chambers and would like to say a few things after my presentation.
May I just ask a question before you start? Is this in the city of Lakeport?
This is not within the city. This is in the unincorporated area of Lake County, right by the hospital.
Okay, thank you.
This permit request is by Assurance Development for T-Mobile, and they have submitted an application for this major use permit to authorize the wireless communications equipment on this site to support connectivity along the Highway 29 corridor. The applicant proposes a cell tower designed to look like a monopine pine tree. The vicinity of this project is located in District 4 in the Lakeport planning area, and access to the site is from Terrace Avenue, a county-maintained road. The general plan land use designation is Suburban Residential Reserve, and the full base zoning for the parcel is SRWWW, designating Suburban Reserve Wetland Waterways. The flood zone is X, as it is not specified as a flood zone. The proposed location of the cell tower exceeds all setbacks from the waterways by more than 100 feet to the nearest creek, as discussed in page 32 of the draft mitigated negative declaration. The proposed tower is located on approximately 14.68 acres of vacant land. The property owner has begun installation of new fencing to secure the property boundaries, and the applicant proposes to grade the access road prior to development, including widening the road, importing a base material for driving surfaces, installation of additional culverts as necessary, and maintaining or repairing the existing culvert prior to pouring cement for the cell tower foundation and supporting structures. The proposed project includes approximately 380 cubic yards of ground disturbance, and the applicant is required to adhere to Lake County Municipal Code, Chapter 30 grading ordinance when they apply for their grading permit. Under AB 52, notification of the project was sent to local tribes with Aboriginal territory on October 22nd, 2025. Of the notified tribes, 3 tribes responded. Tribal consultation was not requested, and tribal comment is attached as attachment 8 of the staff report. The Lake County General Plan has been reviewed for compliance and supports this project in Chapter 3, Land Use, Chapter 7, Health and Safety, Chapter 8, Noise, and Chapter 11, Water Resources. The Lakeport Area Plan was found to have various objectives and policies in support of this project. The zoning ordinance includes Article 9, Suburban Reserve, Article 27, Uses Permitted, Article 29, Wetland, Article 37, Waterways, Article 71, Regulations regarding the location of communication towers and antennae, which were reviewed in support of this co-location tower. The CEQA public comment period was from April 6th, 2026 through May 14th, 2026. Aspects of interest include the federal limits on local authority, and it states that local governments may apply their zoning codes and design standards, but must do so in a manner consistent with federal requirements, ensuring that wireless services is not unreasonably restricted or prevented. And staff would like to recommend for the environmental portion of this mitigated negative declaration that the commission adopt the initial study mitigated negative declaration for major use permit PL 25394 with the findings of the staff report. And staff would like to recommend the approval of major use permit PL 25394 with the proposed conditions of approval and with the findings within the staff report. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Did the applicant want to come up? You may come up and sit up here on the dais if you like.
Good morning, my name is Nicholas Botan. I represent the applicant. Good morning, my name is Nicholas Foton. I represent the applicant. Thank you, Mr. Stockton, for your presentation. The applicant is proposing a 150-foot tall monopine located at 5017 Terrace Avenue in the Lakeport area, contained within a fenced lease area measuring 40 feet by 40 feet. The tower will be engineered for 3 carriers. It'll consist of 3 sectors of antennas for a total of 12 antennas and 1 microwave dish. And an EME report was submitted into the record demonstrating an exposure of 2.4% of the maximum allowed at ground level. Mr. Stockton, could you please pull up slide number 4? Okay. So what you're seeing on the screen in front of you here is the desired coverage for the proposed facility. Green depicts reliable coverage, and yellow depicts marginal coverage. Could you please go to slide 5? So the slide here on the left, this image is the existing coverage. And as you can see, it's very sparse. There's not enough data aggregation, coverage, or capacity for the existing devices and users in the area. And the image on the right depicts what coverage will be like after the site is on air. This site will also accommodate 3 carriers, so T-Mobile will be the initial carrier, and we anticipate AT&T and Verizon to come onto this tower at a later time. Are there any questions from the commissioners?
Just for development, for the development stage, preparing the site, we just received some comments from the Redbud Audubon Society about bird nesting surveys to be done prior to construction, which I think is a requirement. There was just a note about osprey nests in the nearby area, just to be sure to include those. The survey to see where those nests are located, and also for, I guess, about the actual tower itself. Also, in one of the comments that we received, it mentioned avian safe lighting. Is that any lights proposed on the tower itself?
There is no lighting proposed at this facility.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a general question. Does the county have any just overall plans for towers going up in the county? In the last 6 or so months, we've had 2 different tower proposals come to us. So I'm just wondering, is there a general overview of that?
Sure. So the Community Development Department Planning Division, does process applications as they're received, and staff is not in control of what's being applied for. However, we bring them forward for hearing when the projects are prepared.
No, and I understand that process, but I'm just thinking, is there an overview of, every, mile and a half is, or there's no plan, we just address them as they come forward?
That is correct. We address land use parcel by parcel and application by application. We don't anticipate multiple applications for parcels to arrive. Rather, we just process them as they come.
So the slide that you showed us, the 2 pink dots were those other towers in the vicinity?
Yes, ma'am. We also submitted an alternative sites analysis into the record, and there are 7 wireless facilities within 5 miles of the proposed facility. Unfortunately, none of those facilities are suitable for co-location. When these towers do get developed in an area, competitors, they all typically have master lease agreements with each other, and they try to co-locate on each other's tower to reduce construction costs and negative impacts to resources in the community, to minimize the intrusiveness of these wireless facilities.
I just have one question for either one of you. But given the location of this particular tower, that it is in a SR zoned parcel and with some residential around it, I just want to confirm that the anti-climb devices or fencing and safety signage will be installed at this site?
Yes, ma'am, we'll be in compliance with all federal requirements for signage. The lease area will be fenced, and the fence will have a lock and an alarm on it. And that alarm will trigger the Network Operations Center to contact law enforcement if there is any type of vandalism or burglary.
Okay, good. Thank you.
I guess my question more is for staff and I guess coming back to the chair's thought is it at some point are we thinking, I mean, and thank you for sharing how many towers are within a 5 mile or half a mile radius. It's important to, I think about as the county that we have a plan for how many towers are going to be allowed within a certain distance of the lakeshore. And I don't know how many currently are in the county as a whole. And so I'm interested in that number too, to look at again when we're talking about impacts, or we're looking at cumulative impacts, how is that being addressed by county and staff? And so those are the things I'm curious about as we're looking at these applications, and I feel like there's going to be more to come down the road. So just a thought for as we move forward.
Commissioners, the only policies I'm aware of that kind of govern cell tower development are in the general plan. And of course, this project is looked at to be in compliance with that. And currently in the general plan that's being drafted, most policies in there are pro cell phone tower development due to the need for emergency services, increased capacity for emergency services. So, and this is a critical, area near the hospital that has the, needs to be addressed, and we have mostly support from emergency services personnel for cell tower development.
And if I may, would you mind going to slide number 2, please? I got here the night before, and I've been up here. I'm looking at locations to place these towers in service area gaps, and I scout areas to look for service area gaps, and that's where we decide to put these towers at. The service in this area, in my opinion, is not good. It's not the worst I've ever seen, but it needs serious improvement. This project proposes a facility that will accommodate at least 3 carriers, and for the height that is requested here today, there's potentially even more. Your community is going to receive enhanced 911 service, enhanced data service, and if you look here, the first, slide 3. First bullet point here. There's a study that's been published. Wireless data the demand for wireless data is expected to grow 20% year over year until 2028. And this community really needs this facility and enhanced service.
And if I recall correctly, that when a new cell tower is being installed, it is a requirement or a strong encouragement that co-location is preferred
Yes,
with
ma'am.
the tower. Yes, thank you. I got nods from county staff.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Also, if I may, I'd like to respond to Chair Chavez. Yes, condition D1 does address bird nesting and does require a pre-construction survey for this project.
Madam Chair, if I may, just to clarify your earlier question regarding density, the county is preempted in a number of ways at the federal level and the state level from regulating co-locations and new cell towers. New cell towers, we do have a little bit more flexibility as far as aesthetics and safety of placement, but generally speaking, and if your commission would like more information on this, you can certainly give staff direction on that and how it relates to this project. But generally speaking, we are prevented from restricting new cell towers based on the general density of other cell towers. So if a provider has a gap in their service, it doesn't matter if there are other providers who have towers in that area. We do need to consider their placement of a new location to fill the gap in their own service. We are required to do that. The difference between co-location and new towers, we do have more flexibility with new towers, which is what this is, and less flexibility for co-locations, excuse me. But that means that co-locations are generally considered first simply because they are cheaper and the local municipality has less regulatory authority over them, and therefore they're easier to install. So just as to the other question, excuse me.
So as the planning commission, can we, and this is go beyond your particular project, just in general, can we request, if a carrier comes to us, to request that group work on co-location? I think at least my point was, and I think Commissioner Brown was, we want to be thoughtful about where they are, the amount of them, acknowledging that, cell service and all this technology is only going to increase, but we want to do it thoughtfully. And so that, and they certainly look better when they sort of look like fake trees. I have one at the end of my road that looks like a water tank, which is acceptable, but just to be thoughtful in, so that they're not just, they just don't litter the countryside.
Right.
I think that's what we're asking for.
Yes. However, the municipality is limited on on site on requiring certain siting for specific projects, and if the provider, you can certainly ask, as you have, whether or not they've considered co-location, but if a provider has identified a hole in their services and they have identified a particular method in which to fill that hole, you can certainly ask me to research in relation to this particular project, or just generally come back with an answer as to whether or not you can require co-location over a new tower, or specific evidence related to why one is better over the other. But I think we're limited on restricting based on the sort of general density of towers in a community.
Okay. It will just, that's a conversation we probably should not be having now in depth. Let's focus back on the request in front of us.
Commissioner Zoller, may I please? That was one of the requirements of this. Per the ordinance, I was required to request an examination of other towers in the area, and that is what the consultant was bringing up, is that study was done for this, and it did find that the surrounding towers, the two in pink that you were referencing earlier, were not substantiated for this location. And so the applicant, consultant, did provide that to our office. It was evaluated. We did review those elements to determine that they are correct, that there is no coverage for this area, and therefore we proceeded to continue and research this project as it was proposed.
Right. And thank you. And the before and after was very illuminating. I think that a conversation at another time would be helpful for us.
And if your commission would like to take a look, Article 71 in the zoning ordinance addresses cell towers and antennas and their sort of planning requirements. If you wanted to take a look at that and recommend changes to the board, that's certainly something we can put on the agenda for another day.
And you're speaking of Article 71 in the zoning ordinance,
Correct.
correct?
Correct.
Okay. We'll put that on our agenda for another time. Let's bring us back to this particular project. Any other questions?
Yeah, just a final question is we did get a letter or a comment here about just in assuring that the tower will be aesthetically pleasing again in its location. Yes?
Yes, and I did contact that member of the public, and I did let him know that, as he had mentioned in his comment, he requested the first image of there as he had researched the 3 different types of trees. And I did let him know that that is the type of tree that is proposed, the long, slender, pine tree looking tree in this situation.
I think redwoods would be a better choice.
If the commissioners would like slides 8 through 11 or photo simulations of what the area will look like with the tower, would you commissioners like to see that?
Yes, yes, please.
I believe it starts on slide 8. So the image from left to right, the first image at the top left is where the photo was taken and where the tower will be located. And then directly below that is the existing environment or landscape, and just to the right of that is the proposed. And there's a lot of natural screening in this area with vegetation and terrain. So if you guys wouldn't mind cycling through the slides. Any questions regarding the aesthetics?
No? And Madam Chair, we haven't opened this up to public comment yet.
We have not.
Oh, goodness, okay.
All right, so are there any other questions for the applicant or the staff? Okay, so now I'd like to open a public comment on this particular topic. If anyone in the chambers or on Zoom would like to comment, chamber, you can come up and state your name and have 3 minutes. Is there anyone on Zoom? Okay, please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
I'm Nord Imbroden, and my concern is that we haven't actually seen a representative picture of this particular tower that's going in. And I sent in some photographs of what a monopine tower, called a monopine tower, can be, and there's certainly a wide range of towers that would be unacceptable. And there's some that would be acceptable. It screens the antennas, and then also comes down with a more natural look of a tree. All of them appear to be imitation, but there's certainly much better ones out there that come down and have this natural look as a tree. I live on the lake here, just a fairly short distance from the location of the hospital and the tower. And my concern is that we don't put a tower in. I'm just requesting that there's an actual photograph of a similar tower or exact tower that is they have put in, and that this is what is going to go in, and that the commission gets a chance to actually see the actual tower rather than the drawing. The drawing itself that is shown has a 60-foot opening underneath it. The approximate, the picture that I sent in, which I would hope would be similar to what would be put in, has a 40-foot opening. So the branches come down, and the branches, instead of being all angled up, which is an unnatural look for a tree, a pine tree. The lower branches actually angle down, so it has and are longer. So it has a more natural look, and my suggestion would be that they agree to do the best to provide a tree that is actually looks more natural than what their drawing is showing, with a 60-foot opening and branches that all are the same length for about 2/3 of the tree.
Oh, thank you. And we have a copy of what you sent in.
Yeah, that's great. So you can see the one, you can see the examples of the ones that are pretty unacceptable, plus the one that that's a tower in Florida that I got a picture of, and that would blend in. We have to understand that this tower is going to be at least twice as tall or 3 times as tall as any foliage around it. It's 150 foot tall, so it will look quite different. It's nice that it is set back and has some foliage in front, but there will be places where this tower, you'll be able to see it towering over everything else that we have as natural foliage in the area. And so I just would like it to be as aesthetically pleasing as possible, and I don't think it adds, a lot to the cost of the project. But if the developer here would be able to agree that they will have something along the lines of the photograph that I sent, I think that would be the best for our community. We have a beautiful rural community, and I know we need cell towers, and I know we need to be able to communicate, but we should do the best job we can do at this time.
Thank you. Have you seen?
I have materials here.
Oh,
to that
you
effect,
did see
but
this?
yeah,
Okay.
I understand what he's asking for. I chose the property where we're locating the facility, and I looked at all of the other properties personally. I believe there were about 28, but we largely deemed the majority of them infeasible, either for zoning or coverage or engineering requirements. As to the gentleman's comment about having a 60-foot, starting branching at a 60-foot AGL, in my opinion, the facility set back far enough into the property, and it's concealed from the street by existing trees. No person at ground level would be able to see at the elevation of where the branching would actually start. So they would not be able to observe a bare pole from the street.
Commissioners, if I may. Page 33 of your site plan packet does show this tree exactly, and the tree is 60 feet from the base, but it matches the design there in your packet from the public.
So it will look more like this than this.
There you go.
I mean, this is what we're seeing. This is different in the look. So I'm just asking which clarity on what you're telling me here.
Sure. The difference in the two images, the one in the green paperwork is from the public comment.
Right.
And there are all sorts of considerations that get taken into concealment. We believe that the concealment that's proposed in this project is sufficient to conceal the facility to the effect where a empty or blank pole could not be observed from the public right-of-way, because the facility is set back far enough into the parcel and it's concealed by existing trees.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, comments? Oh, one more public comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'd like to commend you, Madam Chair and Commissioner Brown, for your foresight and interest in a strategic plan calling for, for cell tower placement. And it seems that your interest can be addressed in our local area plans, which are being revised, I hope, as we speak. So while it might not be legally binding, that's one way for the community to express its interest and priorities on what it expects in terms of development, including what happens with cell towers. So I do look forward to seeing this as a separate agenda item in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment from the chambers? Anyone else on Zoom? All right, with that, then we'll close public comment, bring it back to the commission. Any other questions?
Madam Chair, I'm ready to make a motion
All right,
in light of our District 4 Commissioner is absent today.
thank you.
So based on the analysis provided herein and in the IS/MND, staff finds the project consistent with all applicable codes and requirements. As such, staff recommends approval of the initial study and project. Sample motions are provided below. Oh, sorry. I can just go directly to the motion, sorry. I move that the Planning Commission find that the potential impacts associated with this project, PL-25-394 for UP 24-16, applied for by Assurance Development, T-Mobile, can be mitigated to less than significant through the implementation of the mitigated negative declaration for the property located at 5017 Terrence Avenue, Lakeport, APN 029-031-18, will not have a significant effect on the environment, and that the Planning Commission adopt initial study PL-25-394 for UP 24-16 as amended with the findings listed in the staff report dated June 11th, 2026.
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay. I move that the Planning Commission find that the major use permit PL-25-394 for UP 24-16 applied for by Assurance Development, T-Mobile, for the property located at 5017 Terrace Avenue, Lakeport, APN 029-031-18 does meet the requirements of the Lake County Zoning Ordinance, Article 27 and Article 71, and that the major use permit be granted based on the findings listed in the staff report and subject to conditions of approval dated June 11th, 2026.
I second.
All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Closing statement.
All right.
Note.
Here's the note. The applicant or any interested person is reminded that the zoning ordinance provides for a 7-calendar-day appeal period. If there is a disagreement with the Planning Commission, an appeal to the Board of Supervisors may be filed. The appropriate forms and applicable fee must be submitted prior to the 5 p.m. on or before the 7th day following the Planning Commission's decision on this matter. Thank you. Okay. Take a moment to change here and we'll move on to our next item. We ready? Consideration of proposed major use permit PL-26-115 UP21-17 Siegler Springs North LLC Forest LA and the mitigated negative declaration PL-26-115 IS-21-18 for approval of no more than 130,680 square feet of commercial cannabis cultivation and a type 13 distribution, self-transportation license located at 11615 and 11625 Siegler Springs North Road, Kelseyville, APN 115-007-03 and 115-007-06.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Trish Turner. I'm an Associate Planner with the Community Development Department of Lake County. And today for consideration, it's PL 26115 Siegler Springs North. The applicant and project consultant are present in chambers. The consultant has prepared a brief presentation to present after staff. The major use permit was applied for on April 21st, 2021. The project was presented to the Planning Commission on October 26, 2023, and then was continued. At that time, the Commission requested more information regarding tree removal, the grading plans, and concern with tribal cultural resources. In 2024, the applicant for the project changed, and the scope of the project was reduced from 4 acres to 3 acres. The conditions of approval have been amended to add 2 additional conditions regarding the use of North Siegler Springs Road and regarding the no development zone on the project parcel. And the Commission has been provided with a copy of those redlined conditions. The permit request. The project proposes a major use permit for 3 acres or 130,680 square feet of outdoor commercial cannabis canopy and 1 type 13 distribution self-transport only license. The parcel sizes combined are approximately 84.55 acres. The site is located approximately 4.35 miles southwest of the Lower Lake Community Growth Boundary, and it is located within the Cobb Mountain Planning Area and within Supervisor District 5. The base zoning. The project's base zoning district is Timberland Preserve District, and the general plan designation is resource conservation. The surrounding land uses include rural residential dwellings, agricultural uses, and cannabis uses. Oh. There we go. There we go. Sorry about that. The project properties are located in a rural area surrounded by hilly topography with oak, woodland, and brush vegetation. The cultivation areas are on a relatively flat portion of the site due to the rural nature of the site and because it is visually protected by the natural topography and surrounding vegetation. The cultivation activities would not be visible from public roads. Existing uses. There is 1 permitted groundwater irrigation well, 1 locking access gate, and interior roadway improvements. Project scope. 3 acres or 130,680 square feet of outdoor commercial cannabis canopy, 1 ADA compliant restroom, 1 15-foot by 15-foot trash enclosure, 2 8 feet by 40 feet shipping containers, 1 40-foot by 20-foot composting area, 6 5,000-gallon water storage tanks for cultivation operations, and 1 5,000-gallon fire suppression tank equipped with a 2.5-inch fire department coupling. The project was analyzed under the Lake County General Plan, the Cobb Mountain Area Plan, the Lake County Zoning Ordinance, the 2024 CEQA Guidelines, and state regulations, with the findings found in the staff report. All impacts to the environment could be mitigated to less than significant with mitigation measures incorporated into the project's condition of approval, Attachment 3, and outlined in the draft mitigated negative declaration, Attachment 5. Public comment period occurred for the draft ISMND from January 26, 2024 to February 25th, 2024. AB 52 Tribal Notification. After the Planning Commission hearing held on October 26, 2023, there were some concerns voiced regarding tribal artifacts. A second AB 52 notice was sent out on January 26, 2024, to allow local tribes the opportunity to provide feedback. The notice went to tribes with Aboriginal territory in and around Lake County. Of the notified tribes, Middletown Rancheria responded. The Tribal Historic Preservation Officer conducted a site visit. At that time, there was evidence of tribal cultural resources within the vicinity. To ensure the protection of these resources, mitigation measures for the tribal cultural resources have been incorporated into the ISMND, Attachment 5, and the conditions of approval with Attachment 3. Points of interest, water usage. The applicant submitted a hydrology report and a drought management plan, Attachment 6, to the staff report. Cultivation will be supported by one on-site permitted irrigation well, and based on the analysis, there is an annual total water usage of 4.9 acre-feet per year. The hydrogeologist determined the annual recharge rate is 26.3 acre-feet a year. Thus, there is sufficient recharge to meet the project's demand and would not result in overdraft conditions. Tree removal and dead and dying trees. The project proposes tree removal and an oak mitigation plan, Attachment 8, for replanting of oak trees. The oak mitigation plan proposes removal of 76 mature and healthy black oak trees, and the removal of several dead and dying trees that were damaged in the Valley Fire in 2015. The applicant proposes to plant 228 trees that will be maintained for 7 years. Points of interest, the no development zone. The applicant proposes a no development zone to preserve existing oak woodlands and waterways outside of the project area. The applicant and consultant can provide further information for the no development zone following staff's presentation. And this is also one of the conditions that were added into the red line conditions that were provided to the commissioners. Approved projects within 3 miles. In the staff report, it goes into detail on the sizes of those approved projects. There are 11 approved projects within 3 miles of this project as listed in the staff report on pages 11 and 12. And as you can see on the screen here, the little yellow rectangle is the proposed project location, and the stars that are blue outlined in white are the locations of the existing approved cannabis cultivation projects.
And there are 3 pending?
Yes.
Thank you.
Recommendations. Staff recommends the environmental to adopt mitigated negative declaration initial study, IS 21-18, for use permit PL-26-115 or UP 21-17, with findings listed in the staff report. And to approve major use permit PL-26-115 or UP 21-17, with the proposed conditions of approval as amended in today's and with the findings listed in the staff report. And I'm available for any questions and comments.
Questions from the commission of staff?
I'll save my questions for after public comment.
Okay.
I have one question for staff in regard to the redlined initial study. It indicated that there were also 22 40 by 100 temporary hoop houses.
And those would be the ag exempt temporary hoop houses that are allowed under ordinance 3132. They're
mean,
ministerial after approval and allowed with the temporary building permit.
okay, thank you.
What's going to be the tie-down situation on those hoop houses?
Yes.
That was a question.
So all hoop houses, excuse me, Commissioners, Mary Claiborne, Senior Planner, all hoop houses are required to be anchored to the ground at the corners at least 24 inches.
Thank you.
So, and then I had another question, just for clarification. On the initial study, it indicated very high-risk fire area, and the staff reports states very high and moderate fire zones. And I was just wondering, what was the division on the property in regard to the very high and moderate?
I can look that up for you.
And then also, if not to overburden you with too many things all at once, but if you could, just for the sake of those listening, and also for clarification for us here as the planning commissioners, can you explain the TBZ B3 special lot size?
Yeah, so that is a very, it's a very confusing, but it's a zoning designation that is on the property. And those are density restrictions applied to certain properties. And in this case, special lot size and density combining district is that there are certain areas on the sectional district map, which is our APN books, that have B3, B4, B5, and B frozen designation. And with this one, it is designated at 80 acres. So that just means that this parcel cannot be split up any smaller than 80 acres. But they're individually not 80 acres. So if they wanted to split them, they would not be able to.
Because they are two parcels of about 40 each.
Correct.
Right now, okay.
Can you give me a little more information on the resource conservation and the allowance of this kind of project?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it's timberland preserve.
So, Commissioners, resource conservation is a general plan land use designation that the Timberland Preserve is a designation that is consistent with the general plan use. Article 27, uses generally permitted, allows cannabis cultivation in TPZ, Timberland Preserve zoning, with a major or minor use permit. So the activities that are being proposed today are an allowable use with a discretionary permit that is approved by a hearing body, this determination body or the Board of Supervisors.
Can you give me a little more clarification on Timberland Preserve, please?
We're just pulling that up. One moment.
Thank you.
All right, I've got it. Michelle Iris, Senior Planner, by the way. Good morning. So Article 6 is Timberland Preserve, or TPZ, and the purpose is to provide for Timberland Preserve zoning and the conservation and protection of land capable of producing timber or forest products. And then it also specifies other uses that have been determined to be compatible with those uses. And those include a number of things. Let me get to them. Management of lands, removal of timber, single-family dwellings, agricultural and residential accessory structures, crop and livestock farming, prospecting, claiming, or geophysical investigations, game preserves, management practices such for watershed or fish or wildlife. Those are all allowed by right. And then for use permits, there's things such as equipment, storage yards, incidental to the growing and harvesting of those ag products or TPZ activities, as well as private fishing and hunting clubs, commercial wood yards, dairies, kind of a mixture of uses here with a major use permit, sawmills, retreats, public and private campgrounds, etc. And then, as noted, also cannabis in this case.
Thank you.
I have a couple questions for staff in regard to the tree mitigation measures and the removal of the trees. In Article 27, it states that the tree removal should be avoided and minimized when developing cannabis cultivation sites. So with the oak mitigation plan that is proposed, what is the follow-up from the county's perspective to make sure that these oak trees are indeed taken care of for 7 years, and we have oak trees after 7 years?
That is a great question. The follow-up would be us doing our annual inspections and ensuring that the trees are being properly maintained and things like that, and that they're following their oak mitigation plan.
Mm-hmm.
I can add to that as well. On page 5 of the oak mitigation plan, it also describes a monitoring plan and annual reports being submitted by Jacob Zune and Associates, who is the consultant that prepared that. So that would come to the county as well annually.
Commissioner Rosenthal? I would also like to answer your question about the fire designation on site.
Thank you.
The original initial study was circulated in 2023. However, on April 1st, 2024, CAL FIRE updated their maps to reflect that this site is located within the state responsibility area. Geographic center is located in a very high fire severity zone. And again, that was effective as April 1, 2024.
Okay, so that explains the difference descriptions in regard to the fire risk. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, then I will open public comment. So,
The applicant.
the applicant, yeah,
Yes.
forgot to invite you up. Yeah, please. So do you have anything to add to the staff report that you'd like us to hear? Oh, his presentation? Brief presentation.
Yes, ma'am. I would have a brief presentation. I won't, sorry, my name is Trey Sherrill. I'm a consultant representing the applicant. I won't be going over the merits of the project because I didn't want to duplicate anything that's in the staff presentation, but if you have any questions, I'm available to answer them, as well as the hydrologist that worked on this project is in the Zoom room as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have some questions that I'll save for after public comment because I'm sure they'll come up in the public as well, and the hydrologist might have an answer for that. So I want first for the comments to be addressed by the public, and then, or that's why I'm saving my questions for the end.
So the applicant, the current applicant is Forrest Nicola Ellie. If we could just go on to the next slide, please. I want to just bring a little context. As Trish said, this application first went before the Planning Commission back in 2023. At that time, the applicant was the landowner, and there was a lot of concerns brought up largely by the nearby Adidam religious community. And so the application was continued to a date uncertain, and now we're bringing it back. In the period of time that has gone by, the landowner tried to, this is what he told me, I don't know this firsthand, I was not on the project at that time, but the landowner has indicated that he tried to sell the property to the Adidam religious community, and not even for what he paid for the property, but just what he owed on it. But they could not come to an agreement at that time. And so therefore he found someone else willing to move forward with the application and purchase the property should this permit be issued, and that is the current applicant, Mr. Forrest Ellie. And then since the last hearing, Forest has met with many members of the Adiam religious community as well as other neighbors to better understand their concerns. And we have altered the proposed project to minimize and mitigate any potential impacts to residents and visitors of the surrounding area. And that's largely the response. That's what's responsible for the changes that have occurred since 2023 to today in the proposed project. Next slide, please. So of those concerns that were brought, there were 5 general themes. The first being water use and drought management. So we have first and foremost, we reduced the proposed canopy from 4 acres to 3 acres. Increased water storage, which will allow for shorter durations of pumping on the well, as well as less pumping during the peak water use periods. And then also the growing medium, they originally, which I'll discuss on another slide, originally the plan was to grade the site flat and then grow in pots on top of the flat surface with those hoop house structures. However, Mr. Forrest no longer wants to go in that direction. We're not going to grade it flat. He wants to use native soil, build organic material, and implement regenerative agricultural practices. And then I think the biggest thing is the drought management plan that we've presented. It reduces canopy from 2.5 acres during periods of severe drought or 2 acres of canopy in extreme or exceptional drought. And there's a mechanism in the drought management plan that we will use. Next slide, please. It's the U.S. Drought Monitor, USDA California Climate Hub drought maps. And so this is the first drought monitor map of June of this year. So this would be the map used per the drought management plan. So the first drought monitor map to come out, and the first one to come out in June would determine if the site is under severe drought or extreme drought conditions. If it's under severe drought conditions, it's not right now. Right now, in this map, it's under the elevated drought conditions, but not severe or extreme. And so, if the site was in the orange, red, or dark red here, if it was in the orange, we would have to cut back to 2.5 acres from allowable on this project. And if it was in the red or dark red, it would be cut back to 2 acres. And that is determined by the first drought monitor map that comes out in June of each year. Next slide, please. So another concern was water, soil, and air pollution. And as I previously discussed, we're no longer grading the site flat. So overall, grading has been reduced from approximately 25,000 cubic yards to less than 500. The remaining grading that will be necessary is just for stump removal of these dead trees and some of the other trees that will be removed, as well as for a pad for the storage containers and for parking spaces and the water tanks. As previously mentioned, Forest plans to implement regenerative agricultural practices. What that means is the intent is to build organic material in the soil for water retention, for plant health, and it also removes carbon from the atmosphere as a result. It would do this using a nitrogen-fixing cover crop planted in the fall and then immediately after harvest each year. Then he plans to use goats to come in and consume that cover crop, and then also they will be used on the surrounding area to kind of keep down some of the hazardous fuels of the property. They'll also use beneficial plants and insects to control pests, and so that the use of pesticides is minimized to the extent possible. We have generous setbacks from the proposed cultivation area and the only on-site water course, which is the headwaters of Sigler Canyon Creek. But as previously mentioned, we'll have, the nitrogen during the winter period when rain and erosion could occur. There would be a nitrogen fixing cover crop as well as mulch and ground cover, and then fiber rolls around the disturbed area. And there's the 20-acre no development zone, and that's partially to protect Sigler Canyon Creek, and it's also partially to provide a buffer, an extra buffer between the cultivation site and the nearby Abidam, nearby Mountain of Attention property. And this was the proposed, this is the proposed condition of approval pertaining to the 20-acre no development zone.
And is there a map that depicts where that 20-acre no development zone is?
Yes, ma'am. There was one map that Trish showed that if we go to the next slide. So I didn't. Once again, I was trying my best not to duplicate. Next slide, please. Try not to duplicate anything and be as concise as possible. So this is a more zoomed out. The map that Trish presented, it was of the property itself. This is a little bit more zoomed out. The light green. Oh no. The light green is not showing up on this. So it would be the southern quarter of the property all the way across. There's an arrow pointing there, and there should be a light green space there. And so the dark green is the project site. The black rectangle is the project property, and the red polygon is the Mountain of Attention Sanctuary property. And then the approximate location of the meditation and retreat center that is located on the Mountain of Attention Sanctuary property.
So the zone is at the, say again, it's at the bottom of that rectangle, inclusive of the stream?
Yes, ma'am. It would completely, all of the stream would be within the 20-acre no development zone. There, I should stipulate that there is an existing 25-foot wide easement that we can't infringe upon because that easement is used to access another property. And then there's also a very small portion of, there's a PG&E tower line that goes across this property as well, and a small portion of that would be within there. So the rectangle that the 20-acre no development zone would cover is actually going to be slightly larger than 20 acres to make up for what is lost to those existing easements that transect this area. But once again, the goal of the no development zone mainly to provide extra protection for Sigler Canyon Creek, and also a buffer between the operation and the nearby community or meditation retreat center. And then one of the things, and this also is off both the location where the name meditation retreat center, it's supposed to be a little bit to the left and down, and this arrow is supposed to go to that to show that the general location of the meditation retreat center is over 4,000 feet from the project location, but it's off in this projection here. Next slide, please. Another thing, and this was one of those conditions of approval we've requested, is to, Forest has taken very seriously the concerns raised by the community, and I think one of the biggest ones is that this project would be disruptive, particularly to the meditation retreat center, which is obvious. You would want a very calm and quiet experience there. And so what we proposed is that no traffic associated with this operation should ever travel past that, except only in the case of an emergency. And so what this would do is the red line would show the path of travel, basically from the Kelseyville area, and it would pass by the Pasta Farms, which I think that's the next item on this. It would pass through there. It would come down, and then there's like a symbol to represent a stop sign, and then you turn onto the property. That green rectangle there is the general location of the no development zone shown here, and then the yellow is the location of the project, and the red line shows the path of travel from basically the Kelseyville area. And this is a requested condition of approval. Next slide, please. Other concerns raised around were visibility and lighting and noises from the project. As you can see in the image here, so this is that same image from the last slide, but now we've come down to like ground level. The meditation retreat center is in the foreground. The property is in the background. The red line, the no development zone is the green, and the red line is the path of travel that you would use to get to this site. As you can see, the project site is situated on a natural bench at the top of a hill and is not visible from North Stiegler Springs Road or the nearby Meditation Retreat Center. The proposed project is outdoor cultivation. Therefore, the only lights on site will be motion-activated security lights. As far as sources of noise, tractor, weed eaters, standard farm vehicles and equipment consistent with other agricultural operations in the area and land management operations are. And then all electricity will come from individual solar panels and a small ground or trailer mounted solar array. That ground or trailer mounted solar array will be used to pump the well, while as all other electricity used on the site will come from individual solar panels and batteries. Any questions about this image?
So
Yeah.
the red dot is where the project is?
No, you
No.
can't see the project site in this image because we're tilted. There's a small ridge.
Oh, I see, okay.
The red line, so there's the arrow, and then you see the red line below that. That's the road leading up to the project site.
Okay.
And then the green is that no development zone, and then the red stop sign looking, the red octagon is that's where no traffic should be traveling down that road.
Thank you.
Can you repeat just a little bit about the electricity? So is there power on the property? Is there a PG&E pole or?
So PG&E power, there's no development on the property as of right now, so there's no power drop. There is a PG&E tower line that passes across the property. No, you can't really see it in this image. But actually, if we go to the previous slide, real quick. Yeah, can you make out the diagonal cut through? That's the PG&E power line that goes through the property there.
My fellow commissioner here has a great screenshot.
Yeah.
Thank
So
you.
we're not sure. Eventually, PG&E, shore power or PG&E power would be obtained, but the operation has been designed so that it will not need that. Forest has expressed an interest in also building a residence on this property at a future time, and at that time is when PG&E would be brought onto the property. Next slide, please, or actually two. Okay, one of the things that stuck out to me is that there was general concern about armed guards and dogs and things of that nature, and just expressed during the last hearing. Just want to make sure very clear: no armed guards, no vicious dogs. This is this is a farming operation. The project includes standard security protocols appropriate for a licensed and permitted agricultural operation. The site will include appropriate fencing and access control to limit authorized entry and protect the operation and surrounding properties. But that access control will be up at the top of the hill. It's not going to be down near any other property or where the general public would see it. And then as far as community impact, the applicant has been a member of the ranching and agricultural communities of Lake County for decades and is committed to being a responsible neighbor with transparent operations and cooperation with local law enforcement as necessary. And then next slide, please. The final issue of concern is fire hazards and hazardous vegetation. Since the Valley Fire, the area has experienced substantial regrowth. The property has experienced substantial regrowth of hazardous vegetation, and dead trees block the access road each year. They just fall across it because they're dead, and then they blow down during the winter. The project includes on-site improvements for first responders to use in a wildfire emergency, such as water storage and fire equipment connections, and the applicant will graze the property with goats each spring to remove ladder fuels. Approval of the use permit will ensure the removal of hazardous vegetation and other fire hazards in accordance with state and local guidelines and regulations, which will be I believe, a benefit to the general area here to have, a responsible land manager who is, managing the land in preparation for the inevitable wildfire that will one day come through here. Last slide, please. And so thank you for your time and consideration. We hope that you can see how the applicant has seriously considered the concerns raised by neighbors and neighboring land users, and as a result has altered the proposed project to minimize and mitigate any potential impacts to the residents and visitors of the surrounding area. Forest is and will be a good neighbor, farmer, rancher, and land steward. That concludes my presentation, but the applicant does, the applicant does just want to have a brief thing to say about himself and his experience here. And then, but I also want to make myself available if you have any questions following my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions before we open public comment?
No, just a comment that I can understand where the fear of dangerous environment, kind of comes from, because there were a couple different grows, and I don't know if they were legal or illegal, but along Big Canyon there that had towers and were pretty damn intimidating. So just driving by and so in that surrounding area, there has been that really intimidating force has been seen and felt.
I don't deny that historically both licensed and unlicensed, particularly unlicensed cannabis farms have had, dangerous elements to them, or definitely intimidating elements to them, and they were intentional then. But the industry as a whole has evolved, and it's really also it's a kind of a factor of economics. There's no one's trying to come in and steal your products like they used to. It's not really worth it. And so the industry has evolved to it's more agricultural in nature as opposed to the way it used to be.
Other questions? I'll open public comment then. All right. I'd like to open public comment to the folks in the chambers and on Zoom. Please step forward. You have state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, Planning Commission. Forrest Nicola Ellie. I'd like to read a brief letter. My name is Forrest Nicola Ellie. In 2001, as a young teenager, I spent 4th of July on Clear Lake. For the first time, looking across the lake, mountains, and rolling hills, I was inspired by the beauty and agricultural heritage of Lake County. I never imagined that one day I would own property here, build farms here, and invest in my future in this community. For more than 20 years, I've farmed cannabis and built farms throughout Northern California. Along the way, Lake County became more than a place I visited, it became home. I was raised off-grid on solar power, which taught me the importance of conservation, self-sufficiency, and stewardship of the land. Those values continue to guide me today as part of my farming operation. I plan to incorporate solar-powered well pump system that uses sun to help power irrigation, reduce energy consumption, and supporting sustainable agriculture. What I want you to know is that you are working with a farmer who genuinely cares about this community and its residents and its future. I believe in being a good neighbor. I support local businesses and local workers whenever possible. I understand the importance of protecting our roads, water sources, and rural way of life. I've worked closely with county agencies and agricultural commissioners to operate responsibly and remain compliant. I am committed to learning, improving, and being an active part of the local farming community. I believe in conservation and sustainable farming practices. I'm committed to leaving the land better than I found it. Agriculture has always been the backbone of Lake County's economy. While agriculture continues to evolve, its purpose remains the same: create jobs, support families, generating revenue, and preserving working lands for future generations. I am a part of the next generation of California's farmers, and I hope the next generation of my family will continue farming and contributing to Lake County long after I am gone. Today, I respectfully ask for your support for Sigler Springs North. I am committed to creating local jobs, generating economic activity, contributing tax revenue, and strengthening Lake County's agricultural future while remaining a responsible neighbor and stewardship. And I'd like to add that I really do speak with all my neighbors. I do own other property in Lake County and have a good relationship with my neighbors. I am the guy that grades the road. When a tree falls, they call me and I open it up. I am a good neighbor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Małgorzata Żuk, and I would like to ask for permission to show a PowerPoint presentation as I speak for 3 minutes. Would that be okay with you?
If it's within the 3 minutes, certainly.
Would you assist me with screen share?
While you're setting that up, is there anyone else from the chambers who would like to speak? We'll get this set up for her.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Walter Musinski, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer for Adidam that owns the property there. And I just wanted to give a little bit of a background. Some of you probably know. I mean, we've been in the community now for over 50 years. And why did we choose that particular property? Of course, it was available. It was at a campsite and stuff. But it was sacred property. And that is the reason that we were attracted to it. It had been sacred property for thousands of years for the natives in this area. And we wanted to be part of that because we understood the value of the sacred. The sacred's not material. There's material artifacts, but it is creating a space for the great one. Whatever great one that you respect in that kind of way, it respects that. And we understood that, and we wanted to be part of have a sanctuary that had taken into account not just the initial property that we bought, but all of the additional properties that we added to it were basically in preservation of the first main core of that property. And so that's why we are so strongly opposed to having any kind of negative impact in that, in terms of commercial kinds of activities and anything. This may seem a little bit out of the ordinary, but the sacred is being desecrated all over the place, and we want to preserve that and preserve this area. And I can even ask everyone here is that wherever you find the sacred, do you want an activity like this right next door and possibly going through your area? So I urge the commissioners to take that into consideration as a value, as a true value of culture altogether in Lake County and everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Is our PowerPoint ready? All right. Please just state your name again, please.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Małgorzata Żuk. I am the General Counsel of Adidam Holy Domains. Adidam Holy Domains owns and operates the Mountain of Attention Sanctuary. It is a long-established religious retreat and sanctuary. It is located within the Sigler Canyon Creek watershed and is neighboring the project property. I would like to invite the commissioners to consider a fundamental question. Do we know enough today to approve this project? Is the information that is contained in the record sufficient to answer these questions with confidence? Is access adequate? Is the water supply adequate? Is fire protection adequate? And have environmental impacts been shown to be less than significant? As in 2023, at the original hearing, access to this property remains unresolved. The proposed access route crosses Adidam Holy Domain's property, and questions still remain regarding the legal basis for this access. Existing gate, Adidam Holy Domain's gate on its property, is controlled by the sanctuary, and there hasn't been a resolution to how the applicant is going to access the property through our land. And there is no clear plan for employees, contractors, deliveries, and trucks, or emergency access. So in summary, the record does not demonstrate that access actually has been shown. The red line outlines part of the footprint of the Mountain of Attention Sanctuary. The yellow-orange rectangle is the project property. The neon blue is the dirt road that crosses the Mountain of Attention Sanctuary. It forks from Sigler Springs North Road, goes through our property, and enters the project area. Next slide. On this dirt road at the Mountain of Attention, there is a gate. The gate has a lock. Our organization controls access. As of today, there haven't been any conversations regarding how the employees and staff are going to enter the project area. I do not have time to focus on other points, but I would just move to the end and pose that the record so far has not demonstrated number of important factors, including access. The other points was adequacy of water, protection of the environment, its impact on the watershed, and fire safety. So for all of these reasons, Adidam Holy Domains asked the commissioners to not approve this project today. Thank you.
Thank you.
I need my AV guy.
Do we want to wait a moment till that, is this picture going to be part of your?
Yes, I have 4 photographs, and their number, does that come out okay?
Okay, so we'll take the Zoom while they're setting up your, okay.
Hello, this is Gordon Thrupp. Can you hear me?
Say your name one more time, please.
Gordon Thrupp.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
I don't know if you can see me. That'd be nice, but I'm not sure how I turn it on.
That's all right.
Anyway, are we able to upload to show my presentation that was emailed earlier this morning? It was emailed to Trish, to the planning person.
I think that if you could summarize your presentation, that would be the most expedient way to do that. If you want to take a moment.
Okay, I mean, if there are questions that follow from the commissioners, I could show a couple of slides. Am I limited to 3 minutes? Looks like I am. Okay, I'm a PhD geologist, and I'm a registered professional geologist and a certified hydrogeologist with the state of California.
I think we received your packet.
Okay, you have not, you said?
We have.
Yeah, sorry, I apologize. It's a lot of stuff so late in the game, but my letter is only 6 pages, so maybe you can just read the summary and conclusions, and then maybe you can also look at attachment 2, which is only 2 pages, which is an excellent summary of problems with fractured rock production.
How about you highlight the salient problems that you see? We do have your packet.
Okay. I have my second slide is a picture which illustrates that groundwater conditions in fractured rock aquifers are commonly completely different than in like alluvial aquifers or sandstones, for example. And that's because fractures are very discrete commonly and can be limited in extent, and commonly the fractures in which groundwater is can be pumped are a much smaller portion of the rock or the aquifer than in, like, for example, alluvial aquifers. And because of this, many of the standard analysis techniques and modeling for general alluvial aquifers don't even apply because it's not a uniform permeability and porosity. And there's many publications and lots of anecdotal data from people know about that the yield of fractured rock wells, decrease with time commonly and can dry up. Long-term monitoring data are imperative to estimate the yield. In addition, the recharge to fractured bedrock, is not the same as like a near-surface alluvial aquifer. The well is completed for the project 300 to 400 feet deep approximately. Recharge from the surface would take many years, decades or longer. And the deep groundwater that would be pumped is likely decades or even centuries old. And therefore also impacts of drought are significant, but they don't occur for years after the drought occurs with respect to the groundwater conditions. In addition, the impacts to groundwater conditions, nearby wells, and riparian ecosystems are, don't recover. They're cumulative with time. So like the testing that was presented in the additional testing for only 6 hours, they assume, based on that recovery will be complete. After 8 hours of pumping every day, they assume the next day all the groundwater is recovered, it's back to initial conditions, but that's rarely the case in fractured rock. And it's going to gradually decrease with time. So that has to be accounted for in estimating yield with time and sustainable yield. You need long-term testing. They only have a 2-hour test, and a 6-hour test. Moreover, those tests showed estimated production of first 40 GPM, and then the longer test, 25 gallons per minute. But that's less than half of the project demand when it's averaged. So in conclusion, the groundwater conditions are unlikely to recover. How much time do I have? 1 minute, okay. Recover between periods of pumping of the project well. In my professional opinion, as a licensed geologist and certified hydrogeologist in California, credible evidence before the commissioners, before you, is insufficient to demonstrate, one, an adequate sustainable source of groundwater to meet the project demands, and two, to support the required finding that all potential impacts associated with the project can be mitigated to a less than significant level. Based on my review, the commissioners do not have a justifiable basis to approve the project, at least without additional credible evidence, analysis, and review in accordance with CEQA. Thank you. I'm available for questions later if you have
All
any.
right. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, there was a gentleman who had, what, 3 pictures?
Yeah, we're ready to share.
Okay. Okay, you. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Duncan Gamlin. I am the fire marshal for the Mountain of Attention Sanctuary. And I've been a real estate broker for 45 years. I was a professional grower for 15 years. Won an award at the Emerald Cup, which is the Oscars of cannabis. So I was pretty good at what I did. And I also live on Siegler Springs North Road. So first slide. Oh, thank you. The Valley Fire of 2015 was initiated by faulty wiring on a hot tub on Bottle Rock Road. Go ahead, next slide. This is the core of the Mountain of Attention Sanctuary. This fire came at us with a vengeance. It destroyed Hoburgs, it destroyed Harbin, it destroyed Howard, and it would have destroyed our sanctuary were it not for 10 brave men who stayed. And by the way, CAL FIRE was there with us, but then got called away to protect Hidden Valley, which was a decision we understood, and we were on our own. Next slide, please. This is an untrained firefighter keeping the fire from approaching and burning down the core of the sanctuary. These 10 men, next slide, please. Of the 10 men that were there to fight the fire, 5 of them lost their homes, choosing to stay and protect the sanctuary. I think that speaks to the commitment we have to preserve the sanctity of this sacred place. Now, with regard to the other, I'm watching my time. With regard to other fires throughout California, we are in a very high fire severity zone, and we are in the middle of the wildland-urban interface. And all of the mega fires that have happened in California in the last 11 years have been this designation. All of them, except for 2 that are still under investigation, were human-caused errors by humans that cause this. We're building these proposed projects, the Morning Project and the one coming later, are planned for development in the wildland-urban interface in a very high severity zone. This is not well advised. So, and here in California, I'm going to read to make it under the time limit. We continue to look to approve cannabis projects in these risky areas. The cumulative effect of these approvals is continued intensification of development within the wildland-urban interface, and in this case, in an SRA very high severity zone. The county appears to assume the compliance with fire codes automatically resolves CEQA wildfire concerns. CEQA, however, asks whether impacts have been analyzed and mitigated, not simply whether a project will comply with minimum regulations and check off the box. Where is the specific project-specific wildfire analysis that supports the conclusions that the impacts are less than significant?
Can you please wrap up?
Yeah, I will, very soon. And I live in the area, and the road is not conducive to evacuation of all the grows that are going up there, plus the people that live there. And the last thing I want to say, because I am a very pro-cannabis person, this is the right product. It's just in the wrong place. We should be looking for opportunities to place new agricultural investment in locations that already have infrastructure rather than pushing further into high fire risk wildlife environments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, members of the Planning Commission, good morning. My name is Elliot Hurwitz, and I'm the director of the Siegler Springs Community Redevelopment Association. We're a local 501c3 that's been active in the Cobb Mountain area for over 10 years now. Our organization is currently managing the Cobb Area Watershed Education and Restoration Program, which is funded by the California Natural Resources Agency, as well as the development of a new Cobb Area Community Wildfire Protection Plan with funding from the U.S. Forest Service. I've had a 35-year career in planning, environmental policy, and climate issues, including 12 years with the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. I'm here this morning to strongly urge this commission to not approve the major use permit for this project. While the project does present numerous complexities, our organization is deeply concerned about its severe impacts to local groundwater. The site sits in critical proximity to the headwaters of the source spring of Seigler Creek. And while the proposal claims that groundwater levels will not be affected, I do not believe that adequate testing has been done to justify this, and that the theoretical calculations are not reliable given the continuing conditions of unabated rising temperatures. Without getting deeply into this, I'll simply note that the current official California climate adaptation states that, quote, "The message is clear. California faces increased temperature, drought, and fire weather in years ahead." This means that even the current drought year projections used in the project plan will be inadequate. Seigler Creek is a principal, historically significant creek used for spawning of the Clear Lake hitch, and as such needs to be treated with extreme care. As you know, the Clear Lake hitch is a culturally significant, threatened species facing a catastrophic decline depending on the seasonal flows of creeks like Seigler Creek. Drawing massive volumes of commercial groundwater at the very source of this watershed risks lowering the water table and drying up critical spawning areas. Furthermore, maintaining adequate groundwater levels is absolutely vital for strengthening the wildfire resistance of this forested area. Deep soil moisture and hydrated vegetation support natural fire resistance, again, especially significant under projected warming conditions. This specific project sits within the historical footprint of the Valley Fire, as you just heard, and it's also within a few hundred yards of the 1979 Seigler Fire and the 1950 Seigler Canyon Fire, demonstrating a proven dangerous history of flammability. Depleting the groundwater table to support commercial cultivation will dehydrate the surrounding forest, dry out the fuel load, and significantly elevate our regional wildfire risk. The state has invested considerable funds to help us restore Cobb's watersheds. This is incompatible with new commercial high water use projects at the source of key riparian corridors. Please protect the Cobb Mountain watersheds, honor the state's investments in our safety, and do not approve this permit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Magdalena Valderrama, and I submitted a detailed e-comment previously on this item, and I want to briefly highlight the core points for you today. For the last 8 years, I have served as a regional FireWise community coordinator, a core member of the Fire Adapted Communities Learning Network, and I am a member of the county's community organizations active in disaster. Today, I speak as chair for and resident of the Seigler Springs FireWise community, which includes the 2 subject parcels. We are a unified basin that encompasses the Seigler Springs subdivision at the intersection of Loch Lomond Road and the North Seigler Road. That is a key evacuation point. I dare say that my remarks will build on the previous testimonies regarding our evacuation corridor, because in my decade of community-led mitigation work, I've learned that a safety plan is only as good as the actual flow on the ground. Like most of Lake County, we are in a very high fire hazard severity zone, and yet the proposal relies on general state designations, CAL FIRE, for the SRA, rather than a rigorous site-specific evacuation flow analysis. While it is true that CAL FIRE has that SRA designation, it has to be noted that it is the South Lake Fire Protection District that does the on-the-ground management early response to what is going on there, and they are doing the early stage evacuation coordination. So relying on box ticking those kinds of safety assumptions for us, instead of verified operational traffic analysis, is a dangerous gamble. You cannot approve this project until we have an evacuation plan that accounts for the density of our centers, verified by the South Lake Fire Protection District. We need, and because my time is limited, I'll just also indicate that there's some other concerns relative to the noise. I noticed the Mountain of Attention saying something about the sacredness. I live in the Siegler Springs subdivision, a mile and a half away. When I'm woken by a noise violation, there is no way for me to tell exactly where that noise is coming from. We are in an amphitheater. This is a mountainous area, so all noise gets amplified. We need a site-specific sound analysis to understand that, yes, those mitigations are adequate. So until that is, please give our community the protections that are actually required under CEQA. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your input in your letter. It was very, very informative.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm going to share screen again. Hopefully without any of that reverb. Okay. I'm going to pull up first one of the images.
Please identify yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Alexander Powell. I am an officer of the nonprofit entity that owns and maintains the Mountain of Attention Sanctuary, as well as other sanctuaries. And, well, I wanted to bring up a few things that have already been mentioned, but I wanted to repeat and bring up a picture, if I can find it here. Forgive me. This is an image the applicant had showed, and I just wanted to point out, it's kind of hard to see, but where it says Gray Road at the top, where it meets Siegler Springs North, you can see the hoop houses right above there, the beginning of, I think, only 5 or 6 hoop houses. And the core of the sanctuary is down the North Siegler Road. More often than, well, whenever there's seasonal production, the noise that maybe Magdalena Valderrama mentioned is heard and wakes up people on the sanctuary. And one day I was in my office there, and I heard this, and I tried to find out the source and tracked it back to these hoop houses, which were built on the top of the hill, initially without a permit. But then they eventually permitted it later, but we were not really prepared for that. We didn't get a notice, so it began happening before we even had any chance to do anything about it. So that's one thing that I wanted to just mention, is that they're building on top of these hills that just, the noise and everything, just right down into the nice valley there that we've created this sacred environment and quiet environment for. Also across the top, that's the peak of the hill just above the applicant's property. And let me go to this other slide that I wanted to mention here. Well, you can see that, well, first of all, I just think that developing below that hill is the key here. Everything that happens is now in the valley with the sanctuary. And I think that's the main concern. Like over the hill, that makes more sense in some ways, at least, to just preserve that valley, but all the noise is going to come down. It already does. And that was one point I wanted to make. The other was just this spring. The blue dot on the left here is at the edge of the applicant's property, and that's their well. On this map that I got from online, that is the wellhead, the creek head for Siegler Canyon Creek. So this is where it starts, and that's where they tapped a well. So it's just worrisome that you're going to draw water right from the source, where the source of the creek comes. And you can see I've shown where it kind of flows down, and then the other blue dot is where our well is. So that's the principal thing. The last thing I want to mention here is simply that, and I can't find the slide, of course, but in the below the hoop houses that I mentioned here is our retreat center. And so just the proximity, we are active in that part of the sanctuary. It isn't merely, but we do have a lot of buffer property to protect the core, but we also have a retreat center there. So I just want to encourage you to please oppose this for just, again, to maintain the sanctity of the sanctuary to maintain the land that we steward. And I should also mention what hasn't been mentioned was that we have had grants to protect the trees and the wildlife there. And in the process, we've been clearing some of the burnable brush that grows and trying to recreate a canopy after this valley fire came through there. And I think it's really important that we continue that. But one of the things that came up was a concern for wildlife. And so Clerk, I think, put a camera there. And there's all kinds of wild variety of wildlife, owls, even a bear, mountain lions, and everything living there. So I think that we just want to preserve the human sanctity, but also the wildlife sanctity in that space. And thank you for your time.
I just have one question. The hoop houses you're referencing, are they part of this project? I wasn't clear what you said.
No, I was more noting that grow because there was a map showing of the grows.
Different project.
Yeah,
Okay,
that
thank you.
we didn't even get a
Okay.
didn't get a chance to go to the hearing because
Okay,
it was developed. Okay.
That's fine. I just need that clarity. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Margaret Schumacher. I'm a member of the Adidam community, and I've got a slightly different point of view. I have been living in this area 2 miles from the site for the last 25 years, and probably 3 to 4 times a week I walk along the North Sigler Road. And so I'm very concerned about the impact of this project on the road because I walk and many of my friends and neighbors do as well. And it looks to me, when I'm looking at that map that showed where our locked gate is, that still would come onto Sigler Road quite a ways from where we can walk before it hits the dirt road. And so the increased traffic, the noise, the dust, the beauty for me is that it's 2 miles from my house, it's level, and there's virtually no traffic. So at 82, it's important for me to keep my mobility, and this is one thing that allows me to do it. And I would really hate to see it ruined for myself, but also for the many people that walk, jog, take their dogs, and enjoy that road. So thank you for taking that into account.
Thank you. Anyone on Zoom? Oh, okay.
My name's Darcy Scarata.
Could you move the microphone a little closer so everyone can hear you?
Okay. My name is Darcy Scarata, and this proposal borders on the northeast corner of our property at 10976 Rosa Trail. We purchased our 5 acres after already losing a retirement home to wildfire in 2015. We chose this lovely property for the trees, the quiet, and the wildlife. We hope to protect it as much as we can from further water loss and fire threat. We have a 700-foot well, which was so high in iron and other minerals that we needed to invest $10,000 in a municipal level filtration system with ongoing maintenance to make our water usable. This grow, we feel, could threaten our well and water supply. We've already experienced ongoing periods of noise from grows further from us than this proposal at the existing Pasta Farms. The noise prevents us from enjoying our outside space and from having windows open during the night and cool hours. The relatively low traffic and road noise with undisturbed wildlife that we also value is threatened by the proposed grow. Not least to us, we enjoy a serene forest walk with very fresh air above the proposed site. A large cannabis grow would alter that. And this, if you want to see the overlap, is our property versus the grow. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm not sure if I'm in or not.
Yes, hi, Francis Scott. Thank you very much for this time. I'm a resident of the area, retired, 83, background in engineering. My concern is, well, as also has already been expressed, is relative to the noise. I mean, the value we place on our quiet, all of us. You can't even put a value on it. It's so remarkable. And so we get into heavy equipment, trucks. We get into all kinds of questions. I don't even know how the materials process is going to be, like these enormously loud fans or trimming equipment. They get up to like 100 dB levels of noise. Ambience, what, 35? We would be destroyed. No peace, gone. And so I think traffic alone is, what, up at 85 dB, and attenuates at a level of like, what, less than 5 dB for every, I don't know how many feet, a lot of feet. It would be devastating. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take a short break here. We'll come back at 11:30. Thank you. Call the resuming of the meeting. Are we? All right, thank you. We're back. So we were with public comment, and so I'll continue with that. Is there anyone else from the chambers who would like to step forward and share 3 minutes?
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Margot Kambara. Previous speakers have identified serious issues with the project. I bring 2 topics to your attention. First, access. Without a recorded easement, the project cannot be granted a permit as requested. According to Lake County Article 27, uses generally permitted, page 27-118, page 27-119. Secondly, tree removal. According to the project's oak mitigation plan, quote, approximately 3 acres of oak woodland habitat on the property will be affected by the removal of black oak trees and a variety of life stages. The area to be converted contains black oaks up to 28 inches at diameter breast height. The average height of the trees slated for removal is 40 feet. All trees were observed to be in good health. 76 black oaks over 6 inches at diameter breast height are designated for removal, end quote. The removal of healthy trees, especially oaks, is ill-advised. Every month since 2022, Lake County Board of Supervisors renews a proclamation of the existence of a local emergency due to pervasive tree mortality. From the project documents, it is not clear what options were considered to avoid or minimize removal of trees. The best tree preservation and protection measure is to not remove trees. A recommendation to the Commission. Ask the applicant to explain in detail how the project limited removal of trees, what approaches, what approaches were taken, and if the response is not satisfactory in terms of serious effort to preserve trees, then continue the hearing to allow the applicant to respond fully on this question. I have 3 other questions from what we heard on this hearing, and that is, first, the annual inspection planned per Trish Turner she referenced, but CDD in the new cannabis regulations is proposing to eliminate annual inspections. So what's going to happen on those tree inspections? The inspections can be happening maybe once every other year or once every 5 years, depending on whether, well, primarily on the discretion of the director. So that is not satisfactory. This tree mitigation using young trees, not very successful. I will leave my other questions unstated then, but thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Susan Isaacson, and I live in the neighborhood. And I've heard about this project from my neighbors. I live on Loch Lomond Road, and I would not be looking forward to any increased industry in my neighborhood. It's rural, and that's why I moved here out of San Francisco, to have a rural lifestyle. And I don't look forward to the kind of trucks that would be going up and down the road and all the other effects of a big industry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Commissioner and Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Gina Maciosi. I've been a member of the Adidam community in this area since 1986, and I worked for the Middletown School District as an occupational therapist before the Valley Fire. I have two concerns I'd like to say. One is that I serve on the Mountain of Attention on grounds, and during the peak of the fire season, it's not unusual that you might go to turn on a water hose and no water comes out. So it's a real thing. I'm not a hydrogeologist, and I don't know exactly where the sources of water are coming from, but I would presume that some of those sources are coming from the Siegler Creek, and it's a real thing when you turn on a hose and it's completely dry and no water comes out. So that's one of my concerns. The second concern is that I lived across the street from Snow's Lake Vineyard on Perini Road, and at midnight, they would spray pesticides with small little tractors and headlights, and they would usually do it, around midnight, and you would hear all the little tractors, and the headlights would be coming down the hillside of the vineyards. And I can't prove a connection, but I did have in the 90th percentile of glyphosate residue in my body, and I spent about 2 years going through glutathione IVs to remove that residue from my body. And so I don't know what kinds of pesticides would be used in this operation, but we also have a sacred camel herd of approximately 17 double-humped camels that are right across the street on the North Road. And I'm concerned about what kinds of pesticide residues would be coming down onto our sacred camel garden that also has horses, goats, as well as the sacred camel herd, which has been reported on by National Geographic. It's a very unusual thing, and it's right there on our sanctuary. So thank you for your consideration for the safety of our sanctuary.
Thank you. Do we have anyone on Zoom? All right. When we take a moment and we'll do the Zoom, and then we will get to the next speaker.
Hi, good morning.
That's right. Go ahead.
Oh.
No, you're there. State your name and just go right ahead.
My name is Greg Peters. I've been a computer network manager for the sanctuary for 30 years. Really enjoy the peace and quiet. I used to live in Houston with all the traffic and pollution and so on, and so I really like it being here. I appreciate the applicant's sensitivity to the sanctuary about the noise and so on when he said the route access route by the sanctuary would only be used in emergencies. That's kind of a tricky word. Okay, so my question would be, who defines when there is an emergency? If they declare an emergency, do they have carte blanche just to drive by the sanctuary? And that's a tricky area because there are people walking from the sanctuary across the road to where we get our meals. We also eat outside, weather permitting, and if we've got trucks coming through there with pollution and so on, you can see that's both dangerous and not healthy. So I'm really concerned about, Robert Burns said, our plans often go astray. And so even though they planned an access route going away from the sanctuary, that could possibly change. So what recourse would we have then? Somebody declares emergency and there's nothing we can do about it. Is there legal recourse? Because we really do not want people coming by the sanctuary, as I think you could understand. So at this point, I would be very against the propose. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, let's try the folks on Zoom.
Okay, hello. I think I'm maybe audible now, am I?
Yes.
All right, I'm Robert Riggs. My address is 9779 Broadmoor Way in Kelseyville. I'm an attorney and I represent the Holy Domains, otherwise known as Adidam. I have a few comments I'd like to make. Even though this is a revival of a prior application that originated in 2021, and even though it was heard back in 2023, it really is a new application. It should be regarded that way because there's a new owner, there's a new project developer, and many new aspects have been added about the project. And the problem is, Adidam only heard about the project being revived about a month ago. That there was a hearing and it was postponed only about 2 weeks. So some things really haven't been looked at as carefully as they need to be. One of which is the groundwater impacts. And Gordon Thrupp, who's a very good hydrogeologist, submitted a report. The main takeaways from which are that the groundwater testing that's been done is not adequate. It's not adequate in duration or in concept. So it really needs to be done more thoroughly because the concerns about the groundwater are very legitimate concerns that the Adidam has, and also really that the entire county should have, given that it's the headwaters of Ziegler Creek. The whole application seems a little bit rushed overall. I'm going to point out some examples of that. Some of the things that the applicant said, and I was very happy to hear that he's open to working with the community. He understands it's a major neighbor, but many of the things he said are not incorporated into the conditions of approval. And this is a kind of I'll call it a virgin property. It's something that's never been used for commercial agriculture before. So it's going to have more impacts than if you were just taking a vineyard, for example, and converting it to a cannabis operation. You're taking basically an undeveloped property and developing it. I think it needs to be looked at carefully. But some of the things that were said that I didn't see in the conditions of approval, for example, are the drought-related measures that were described by the consultant. They're nowhere in the conditions of approval. They're specifically not in Part H on page 5 of the conditions of approval, at least that I can find. Also, a lot was said about regenerative cultural practices, including things such as grazing with goats. That's nowhere in the conditions of approval, and it's specifically not in condition F on pages 4 to 5. About the proposed access route, and this is something that some of the speakers brought up. Well, it was stated, we're only going to access this from the Kelseyville end. We're not going to come from the Loch Lomond end. That's not in conditions of approval. So as someone asked, is there a legally binding aspect to it? Not unless it's in a condition of approval.
Can you
My
please,
point
please conclude your comments?
certainly, my point is that the project hasn't been really thought through fully. There's no harm in continuing this 90 days to allow the Adidam to confer with the applicant. He said he's open to talking to them. They need to confer too about the easement. There is no proper easement. We've submitted that in writing. There is not a valid easement. They're trying to rely on one that wasn't valid and say, well, it was revived by a later situation. That's an equitable argument. I would submit that a 90-day continuance would allow time to try to work out what's going to happen about this access road. And that's a very important thing since it crosses the Adidam property. So my recommendation is that this application not be granted today and that it be put over at least 90 days to allow these things to be looked at more fully.
Thank you.
Commissioners, I would like to just address a couple of things. Condition 1 states that the applicant shall be in substantial conformance with the following, and it lays out all of the submitted plans, including the hydrology and drought management plan that is included in the attachments, and it is something that is in the conditions of approval. And then the transportation one in regards to traveling only north to from the project to the project and not being able to cross down into the Holy Domains access property. That is in red line conditions that were submitted to you guys with the green sheet.
So just for clarification, the gated access that we saw would not ever be used to access the particular project. Is that correct? Yeah.
Excuse me, Trey Sherrill, consultant. The gate that was shown here by one of the public commenters, that portion of the road would be used. That is where there is an easement that exists that connects to North Sligo Springs Road. The path of travel would travel north on North Sligo Springs Road and not be allowed to travel south except during emergencies. And we have to keep that aspect in there in case of a fire emergency, for example. But they wouldn't be able to travel south, and the meditation center is located approximately 4,000 feet south of the property.
So is this a legal right of way?
Yes, ma'am, and Trish has indicated that this is included in your packet, the easement.
I know, but it was mentioned that the stipulation, and so I just want to clarify.
Chair, I'd like to recommend if we could continue with the public comments. And
then we can ask
because
questions.
I think that's an extended conversation that.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to
All right.
engage in. If we could maybe finish with public comments first and then.
Good point. Next person on Zoom?
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is William Stranger. I'm a publisher. I'm a member of the Adidam community, and I'm also the closest physical resident to the proposed marijuana grow. I can tell you as a resident here that the hoop houses across the road from us have drastically reduced our water availability from the wells. And that you can talk about many other things. I want to bring up two fundamental areas. One is I believe the property applicant, who seems like a good man and has done his best to accommodate right practices, he was fundamentally deceived by the seller of the property. And that map that was been displayed here repeatedly about the center of the Adidam so-called retreat center and the other areas doesn't really describe what this property is about at all. The entire property on that road, including property to the left of the entrance area, is literally borders on a sacred land. The animals area is a specific part of the founder's teaching on animals as contemplators. And the Mountain of Attention Sanctuary in his work is where people come from around the world to enter into a depth of contemplation. What is designated as the retreat center several thousand feet away is in fact a holy land with over 13 temples on it that are served daily by priests. This whole land is imbued with the spirit presence that attracts people from around the world and makes it a place of pilgrimage. These include former EU ministers, business people of all kinds, political activists, other people from even other religions who come to hope and be brightened by their access here. This is why the endorsements of his Adidas teaching have been so incredibly powerful and profound. One of the great scholars of our time, a late friend of mine named Roy Finch, wrote, "There exists nowhere in the world today, among Christians, Jews, Muslims, Hindus, Buddhists, native tribalists, or any other groups, anyone who has so much to teach, or who speaks with such authority, or is so important for understanding our situation. If we are willing to learn from him in every way, he is a pole around which the world can get its bearings." Many of you know the work of Alan Watts, who wrote, just right after he heard of Adidas teaching at the very beginning of his ministry, it's obvious, all sorts of subtle details that he knows what it's all about, a rare being. And again, I can go on, there's dozens of these kinds of communications. Adidas himself was a spiritual presence. The teaching came out of that presence. And he wrote a poem at the beginning of his ministry that was prophetic about this particular moment. And this is the concern of all those who have come and spoken to you today. Yes, am I only to live and die and thus to feed the earth? Should I only live and die and thus create the mystery of a holy ground? Will generations pass this place of my dilemmas, feel the movements underfoot, and never know the reasons and the meaning of the currents of bliss that fill them? Will the earth itself perform my only shout? Will the rot of my few bodies be my only song? Will no one understand? Will all of this, even the holy ground, fall unknown into the sea, without a parcel of my living left to heal the feet of pilgrims? No one else can suffer the mysteries of my birth or death, and only my own children can build a temple where I rise and fall. I am one of many such children. I've given my life over to the preservation of this holy place. I have brought people here from around the world in my travels. I have watched their knees bend and weep as they walk this sanctuary. I can tell you it's not a retreat.
Could you please conclude your comments?
I live right nearby. The bisection of the road here bisects the sanctuary, absolutely is a dagger to the heart of the contemplative location this is set aside to be. Lake County must preserve it. It will be a place of pilgrimage for decades, generations, eons to come. I please ask you to put aside this application. Let us speak to the applicant and see if we can come up with an arrangement that allows him to exit from this in a way that makes sense for us both.
Thank you. Another person on Zoom? Is that it? One more? Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please identify yourself, and you have 3 minutes, please.
Okay. My name is Dennis Duff. I moved to Lake County over 50 years ago. I am a part of the Adidam community. I lost my house, a beautiful home on 5 acres in the Valley Fire, and bought another house, actually, Mr. Briggs's house, his former house. I haven't spoken to him in many years. My biggest concern about this is the effect on the natural environment and water. We live in an area that is so dangerous right now, and to be cutting out old trees. Can you still hear me?
Yes. Yes. Yes, continue. No, where'd it go?
There's
you're cutting in and out. Why don't you try to call back in, and we'll go on to the next Zoom person, because we've lost you. Okay, let's go on to the other person, and if he comes back in right away, then we'll take him. Okay. Please identify yourself, and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm Angie Dodd with North Point Consulting Group. I'm a licensed engineer with a PhD in surface and groundwater engineering who prepared the groundwater analysis. The comments regarding the water analysis conclude that insufficient evidence exists to demonstrate a sustainable long-term water supply because the project well is completed in fractured volcanic rock and because long-duration aquifer testing has not been conducted. However, this conclusion is not supported by local experience or evidence in the record. It is only opinion and not predicated on facts. The project is located in an area where numerous wells drilled in the same volcanic formations have provided reliable water supplies for decades. The average yield of wells in the area is approximately 53 gallons per minute. The project well has a reported yield of 40 gallons per minute. A well test confirmed a robust production rate at 25 gallons per minute, and the project proposes a maximum rate of less than 10 gallons per minute. Wells in similar formations throughout the county have supported ag uses, including orchards, vineyards, and cannabis cultivation. The comments rely heavily on a general informational document from the Pacific Northwest that does not provide site-specific information regarding groundwater conditions in the county. The analysis in the report relies on, the analysis I provided does not rely on an alluvial analysis. It does rely on the formation that the water actually is in. The commenter also criticizes the duration of well testing. However, the purpose of the test was to demonstrate that the well can produce water at rates sufficient to meet the demand. The proposed pumping rate is only a fraction of the well's demonstrated capacity. The 6-hour test resulted in little drawdown and fast recovery and is a measure of what daily use would look like. The project well is completed within a deep confined aquifer over 400 feet below the ground surface. Water level is over 200 feet below the ground surface. And an analysis and available information indicates that the well is not hydrologically connected to nearby surface waters of Siegler Creek. The analysis determined a radius of influence of less than 200 feet, and no nearby wells are located within this distance. The testing data, recharge calculations, well construction information, and evaluation of local hydrogeologic conditions provide substantial evidence that adequate water is available. In addition, the project includes groundwater monitoring and reporting to ensure sufficient recharge and sustainable operation over time. The reviewer characterizes monitoring and drought management measures as inadequate because monitoring alone does not prevent impacts. However, the project's monitoring program is not a standalone measure. The project includes ongoing reporting requirements and drought response measures specifically intended to identify changing conditions, ensure regulatory oversight, and implement operational adjustments if necessary. These requirements provide a mechanism for continued evaluation and management of groundwater use throughout the life of the project. The project will monitor seasonal static water level to ensure recharge is happening and water level during extraction to ensure overpumping is not occurring, and this will be reported to the county.
Can you please
conclude? Yes, the comments raised, will be really quick. Comments raised concerns regarding fire protection, but the project includes dedicated fire water storage that does not already exist on the property. And in addition, regular site maintenance and ongoing management associated with the project can reduce fire hazards compared to unmanaged lands. Again, there's nothing, sorry. Finally, comments previously, nope, I didn't want to say that. For these reasons, the evidence in the record continues to support the conclusion that the project has an adequate and sustainable water supply and will not result in significant impacts to groundwater, surface water resources, or neighboring water users. I know my time is up, but I have a paragraph of what's actually stated in the hydrology report. That is a condition of approval that explains the monitoring and reporting that will be done. If the commissioners want to hear that paragraph, I can read it to you, or I can conclude now. Thank you.
We have that information, so
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Mhm.
Okay, so that gentleman didn't come back in Zoom? Okay. Last call for folks from the chambers for statements.
My name is Daniel Apte. Thank you, commissioners and chair, for being here. And I also live, as a earlier speaker stated, on 10976 Rosa Trail, which is kind of on the other side of the mountain from a lot of the other people who have spoken. But our 5-acre property does is adjacent, immediately adjacent. The property lines touch, and so I'm strongly, for personal reasons, if no other, you know, object to this, because this grow would definitely impact us being immediately next door. And as earlier stated, we do already hear quite a bit of noise from grows in the area. They keep us up at night, and they're much further away, so this being so so close would definitely affect us. The loss of, I believe it was 76 oak trees, healthy oak trees. I mean, we're already, you know, in a situation where every tree in the area is valuable to us, whether, you know, on our property or property next door. The habitats that the trees afford, and, you know, the environmental impact of losing all those trees, I definitely do not feel it justifies the project. And so I strongly encourage that it not be approved. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll take one more Zoom and then we'll close public comment. So please state your name and 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Kristen Callahan from Magic Meadow Farms, owner operator in Middletown. I am in support of this project. I've been cultivating since the very beginning, and a lot of struggles as a female operator. And this individual and this group has come in and pretty much saved my small business, a family business in Middletown that supports the region in all different kinds of ways for the community and for my family. This project is, like many other projects, filled with concerns, and even though those concerns are there, this particular group will bring so many amazing things to this community. And one of the individuals as part of this group has come in and installed really beautiful structures and improved my farm and helped me to be more sustainable and to have a really long economic path. If it wasn't for this group, that wouldn't have happened for me. And another reason that I really believe in supporting smaller operators and these small communities is because it opens up so many economic resources and opportunities for people to have jobs. I know firsthand that with the project description, that this is going to bring lots of opportunities for people who need work in a very depressed economy. All of the concerns that have been raised are all really valid concerns, but I feel like as a cultivator, as a business owner, as a parent, as a part of this community, that I want to stand up and say something positive, because there's certain people that really deserve a chance. And I really believe in my heart that this group in this small community could bring a lot of economic viability and improve the roads, fire dangers. They plant beneficial insectary gardens around their fields. They're planting in the native soil. They're doing things that I believe in my heart are the way forward in sustainable agriculture and water, including water conservation. And we're working closely together with each other to support each other in a very difficult time in the cannabis industry. So I understand that there is all this struggle, but when we get this far through development and planners and the community development department is behind them, that we should give the runway so that another small business can flourish and do great things for this little community that really needs more economic, strategies for the youth and people coming of age and looking for ways to better their life. I hope that what I'm saying makes sense, but for me, as a business owner in this particular industry, I couldn't say more nice things about this group and what they've done for me. So in my little region, in my little farm in Middletown, we're really doing great things. So I really like to stand next to them and support this community and really be a partner with this group to do really beautiful organic farming and bring positivity to the community in another space. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I will close public comment and bring it back to the commissioners for questions and comments.
Yeah, well, as you started before, if we could dive into the road access
Right ahead.
situation. And along with that, too, I do want to state that, again, as a planning commissioner, I really like to do site visits because I am not clear at all on the road situation. And a site visit would have helped resolve that. So again, anything that staff can do to help facilitate that, and I'm going to throw that out there to anybody proposing a project, reach out to the commissioners and offer a site visit. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Trish Turner, Associate Planner, Community Development Department. Attachment 7 on the attachments provided today on today's agenda is the granted easement.
Okay, thank you. So, do you have other questions for going forward?
Yes, that's,
There you go.
there's a granted easement, there's a gate
Yeah.
that was shown to us today, that becomes evidence in today's hearing. So there's a gate on this granted easement. And then there's information, there's a dispute of exactly who owns or whether that easement is valid. Any comments?
I know this is not the first time this has come up, so I'll defer to County Council, please, to clarify for us or offer some guidance potentially.
So the question is, there's a gate.
Right.
On a road.
Yes.
And the question is that a granted easement? What is the status of anybody crossing,
Is it a
using that
valid
road?
easement?
Yeah, so this commission does not make determinations as to validity of easements. What you will do is you'll take into consideration the evidence presented to you, and if you, and as you weigh that evidence, if you are not convinced that there is illegal access to this grow site, or the project site, then you would vote no, because you couldn't make that finding. If you are convinced, based on how you weigh the evidence before you, that there is valid access to this site, then you would vote yes. And if you are unclear, you would ask for more information. I will say, however, that in this case, this is not an argument about validity of easement and scope of an easement is not something that the county will be able to settle. So it's unlikely that staff will be able to bring further information to you beyond the documentation provided and the comments given today. Because this would be a civil matter that the neighbors who are arguing over the existence and scope of an easement would take to a court, and a court would have authority to make that decision, and not the county.
Okay, thank you. Do you have other questions?
Well, just going further into that question, so if Sigler Springs Road passes through that sanctuary's properties, what access road does this property have? If this wasn't this specific project, how would the property owners get to the road, or what? I mean, there has to be some kind of access. There is some kind of access. So I'm just trying to figure out how we can, or how that works. So I don't know if you guys have discussed that, or
May I answer the question?
how do you guys enter the property currently?
Could you, the no development zone, or the oak mitigation map, if you could pull that up. Sorry, the oak mitigation map, it was included in the staff's presentation. And okay, so this right here, this is the 25-foot public right-of-way and public utility easement.
So we don't have him on a mic.
Mm.
Okay, I'll sit. Yeah, I'll sit.
Hello? Oh, there, now it's working.
Okay. So the 25-foot right-of-way and public utility easement, this road goes all the way to Sigler Canyon Road, or Sigler Springs Road, which is off the screen here. The gate is somewhere in this area that's referenced here. But this is the deeded easement that you've seen in your packet, and it goes for here. And it's not just for these two parcels. There's also that easement continues over and provides access to this parcel over here. This parcel and this parcel belong to the Mountain of Attention Sanctuary. This one. While this is a private parcel, well, they're all private, but this is a non-affiliated private parcel, and then this is the two project parcels. This is the easement.
So how do you access the property today?
Okay, this road continues off the screen here. We could pull up my presentation where I could show you. But that road continues to the east where it connects to Sigler Springs Road, North Sigler Springs Road. Or maybe just GIS would be in my presentation or something we can show you.
One here, so this is the Cedar Springs Road.
So you can access the property without going across the sanctuary property, is that correct?
This parcel right here is the sanctuary's parcel. You have to travel across this, but the easement is through there. There is a valid easement that grants access to this property from Sigler Springs Road through this parcel here, and this parcel belongs to the Mountain of Attention Sanctuary.
Okay, sorry, we closed public comment.
If I could get that slide, I think that would be very helpful I thought this would be a good one, but it's the one that shows the Mountain of Attention property.
We don't agree that it's a valid easement. Yes, there's an easement that was granted by someone who didn't own the property.
Who's that talking?
That was, I believe that was Robert Riggs.
It's a little unnerving. So we
Hi,
just say
Robert.
okay?
The easement does say, if this is helpful at all to the commission while Ms. Claybon is pulling up that slide, is granted right-of-way and public utility easement 25 feet wide plus road cuts and fills. The easement is granted for the ingress and egress of logging trucks, wood products, equipment, other vehicular traffic, and the installation and maintenance of public utilities. And then it also talks about general access for ingress and egress. And that is included in attachment 7 to the staff report.
And then this is North Sigler Springs Road. This is where the road comes off, and so it travels through a portion of the Mountain Attention Sanctuary property here before getting onto the project property. But that's where the easement allows for this.
Is that the only entrance to the property?
Yes, ma'am.
And that is how the property has been accessed or is accessed today, even before this proposal or this project might or might not be approved?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So, and then I also had a question about Sigler, because there were some comments made about, kind of driving on through the sanctuary, and I just wanted to verify and confirm that Sigler Springs Road I guess it's north. That is a county-maintained road, right, that comes off of Loch Lomond? So, wait, I'm sorry, public comment is closed, but staff can help with this to perhaps show the map of, or show us where the Ziegler Road goes and confirm that that is a county-maintained road.
Yeah, we're looking for the county maintained roads.
Okay. So is that the one access road, is that compliant with the fire department for fire vehicles?
This is an outdoor-only cultivation operation, so it doesn't have to
Oh,
move before you.
you're right, correct, thank you.
The easement will allow for improvements to that. It's a 25-foot wide easement.
Right.
Will allow for that, but
Okay.
I do have a response for the county maintained road portion.
Mhm.
So as Mary is showing it on the screen up there, is at Ziegler Springs Road North, which is just under the highlighted green section, is county maintained from Loch Lomond Road to Red Hills Road.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So just a clarification, how many of the mature oak trees are going to be removed? I had a couple of figures, just to clarify exactly.
76.
76? Thank you. Comments, questions?
Yes, I have some,
No, go ahead.
No, please, go ahead, because you always have good questions.
Oh, yeah, so I did have comments reading through that. Obviously, losing trees is always a big concern, and the revegetation, or, what's the correct word? The mitigation for removing those trees at, I believe it was a 3-to-1 ratio for that.
Yeah,
as
it's
well.
3-to-1.
And the trees that would be planted to replace those black oaks would be no less than 5 feet. I think it was under the.
I have this open right now.
So I guess the point of that is the effects on the environment for the removal of those trees, the majority being 10 inches, 10 to 6 inches. I think there was like around 10 of each. One large tree. So I mean, it's always good to whenever we can avoid the removal of oaks, especially oaks. For cannabis cultivation. It's good that we see that there is a plan to replace, but at the end of the day, when will those trees, how long is it going to take for them to come back to what they're being cut? Another question or concern that I had was regarding the driveway improvements, but I guess I think, Trey, you answered that since it's going to be outdoor. It's not required, but it's from Ziegler to the parcel, which is in part, it would only be improved if there was an easement or if the easement question was cleared up. Is that correct?
From our perspective, there is no ambiguity around the easement. The easement is 25 feet wide. It allows for commercial uses. It allows for maintenance of the road surface and maintenance of drainage features and things of that nature. And so to that effect, yes, some minor improvements such as the application of gravel and then blading of the existing roadway surface, not grading or widening the road or anything like that, would occur to make it, in its current condition, it's not acceptable for CAL FIRE apparatus to drive up there, up to this project site. So there will be some clearing of the brush, clearing of the trees that have fallen across the road, things of that nature that would improve access to the site. But we're not talking about widening the road or lengthening it, anything that would require a grading permit for those purposes.
But improvements would be needed to get to the site.
Yes, the trees fall across the road constantly, and then also the application of gravel in certain areas as well.
Thank you.
And if I may, Commissioner, the tree mitigation plan actually proposes planting acorns into saplings, and then doing that in accordance with the Regenerating Rangeland Oaks in California guidance.
Okay. Yeah, because I read both of those. It was acorns, and then I read somewhere else that it was no less than 5 feet.
I just wanted to add to that there's a reason why they when oak trees they recommend doing acorns. It's because of the root system. I don't remember exactly why arborists explained this to me, but like something about oak tree saplings, if they're pot bound, they'll never like actually grow out and establish themselves. And then I saw that they need to clear around each planted sapling. They need to clear 3 feet of vegetation and then protect it with some, protect it from deer browsing and things of that nature. But I'm not seeing the 5 feet tall.
Yeah, I'll look for it, but it's, yeah, I was just curious because I did see that it was 2 different options for that. So, but if we're going with the acorns, and if that's what you guys are going to be going with, and I just wanted to write that on my notes.
Yeah, and to follow up on that, Trey, I guess the question is are those going to be grown directly in the ground? Are they going to be grown in pots and reestablished on the site? Or is the oak tree mitigation going to be in one specific place, one specific site? Because the tree removal is going to come from areas within the project area. And so I'm just trying to understand how you're going to establish a healthy oak woodland again if those oaks are going to be all in the same location.
So it's going to be kind of, it's going to require some oversight by the forester that prepared this. There are areas, as we discussed, there are areas where the trees were severely damaged by the Valley Fire, and therefore they're sick and dying. And so those are areas where we would plant them. There are other areas on the properties where the trees are healthy. That it was a mosaic burn there, so it's not high intensity in one area and lower intensity in other areas. But also the underbrush. This is where the goats come in. If you were to go put an oak tree sapling in the ground right now, it would just get drowned out by all the buckbrush and other brush that's growing back in. So it's going to be it's going to take 7 years to get this going, like to get the trees established where they don't have to be watered with 15 gallons of water every 2 weeks, per the plan. It's not something that it's not something I could say we're going to plant those 300 trees right here in this area. The arborist or the forester provided an area around the cultivation. Oh yeah, so there it. This is from the oak mitigation plan. So that is the area of the property where the trees will be planted. But I can't say right now until we actually get out there on the ground, inspect the trees, see the ones that aren't going to be affected by this development, where they're going, where the healthy ones are, where the unhealthy ones are, exactly what. But they will all be planted in this general area.
Okay, so the 76 identified, to my understanding, are healthy trees.
Mm-hmm.
And so you're talking about removal of unhealthy trees as well, on top of the 76 healthy trees.
We would not be removing the unhealthy trees, but that is around the unhealthy trees, or it would be a acceptable location for the planting of the saplings.
Okay. Thank you.
I have questions. So one of the questions is, in the 2023 plan, it was planned for 4 acres of cultivation and a grow season that was described as April to October, 180 days. And then it's now changed to 3 acres, and the grow season has been reduced. This is a question for you, Trey, but has been reduced to June through October, 150 days. And I was just looking for some sort of explanation of that, why there's a change in the grow season just because there's a change from 3 to 4 or 4 to 3 acres.
Well, we're just going to be so like I said, the original application, they were going to grade like 25,000 cubic yards, make a flat pad, build hoop houses on top of that, and they would get started earlier and go later as a result. But the current application is just like tractor rows, building the soil, tractor rows, planting in the soil. And when you are growing, and it would be more exposed to the elements such as wind and things like that. So there's a conversation we always have with Commissioner Field here is like, talking about like the amount of water a single plant uses is like you're going to have a higher number of plants. They're not going to use more water. It's going to have a higher number of plants because you want those plants to remain smaller. If you plant it earlier and you can't protect it from the elements, it's going to get blown around by wind and things like that. So you want a smaller, more compact plant that takes less effort to protect and maintain.
Okay.
And so you plant later
it's-
to have a smaller. If you planted in April or beginning of May, then the plant would be much bigger than if you waited until mid-June to plant.
Makes sense. So it's
Commissioner Rosenthal, we're coming up to a hard stop here for the staff for lunch.
okay.
So can we put a timeout on your next questions? And we will then come back at 1:30 to resume our conversation here on this particular topic. So, thank you.
Okay. So are we stopping now then?
We're stopping now.
Okay.
Good afternoon and welcome back. We are continuing on with our 6B, our 9:20 scheduled item. And we've heard the staff report, we've heard the applicant's report, we've had public input, probably Zoom input. So now we're back to the committee for questions.
The applicant does want to address some of the comments.
Okay. Do you want to wait till after I ask some questions on
She was finishing her
Absolutely.
list of questions when we
Absolutely.
went out for lunch.
Okay, so in regard to the well test, and this, there's a couple different things that I'm always talking about. And one is, of course, the drought, and the drought emergency water conservation. And I do appreciate, Trey, your explanation as far as the reduction of crops. But the reality of farming is that if we're in a severe drought year, it may be that you're not planting at all. I mean, that's kind of the nature of farming, is that sometimes we have many farmers that forego putting anything in the ground if we're in a serious drought. So while I appreciate those numbers, there's, basically, again, it's just the reality of farming is sometimes you just have to make the decision that we're not planting anything. Or a greater reduction than that. And of course, with our drought emergency ordinance, as I've said many times, is that we really need to beef that up. And I would hope that somebody like you, also Trey, as a consultant, would organize some of the cannabis growers and rally around this and improve those conditions in case of serious drought of what you can do, to improve that situation. And I'll give you an example. As far as in with the wine industry, with the grapes, when there was erosion issues, there was a erosion control committee formed that the grape growers jumped on board and started monitoring themselves, and to improve that so as not to create those erosion issues. So again, I would encourage, for the cannabis growers to get ahead of the situation and perhaps solve that problem and be proactive about that. But in regard to the well, again, there's another area that we need to, in my opinion, here at the county, we need to improve our standard. So we do have a well that was tested for 6 hours, which is appropriate, standard, minimal, kind of a minimal requirement in a well test that's tested in June. Again, it would solve a lot of problems as you hear, both from this commission, we have questions, and from the consumers or from our public, we have questions about the water. We're all concerned. That's a very, it's a very precious resource. And so again, the more we can do to alleviate those worries, and if we can get, again, out ahead of that, and do something like do a longer pump test that would ensure the aquifer can keep up during long-term water extraction. So doing, a longer pump test. Nonetheless, as the report says, is that Lake County does not require this level of testing. So therefore, you're not actually required to do it, and we are kind of required to follow Lake County policy. And our Lake County policy is, allows us to accept a well test at 4 6 hour. That's an acceptable minimum. So I'm not sure, whether there's going to be an impact, but again, I appreciate that in the conditions of approval, that we do have some monitoring. And I guess I need to say something about that as well, because we have our annual reports. That I believe this body has never seen an annual report, and we're talking about changing that and not bringing annual reports in front of this planning commission. However, there is a great amount of information in those annual reports that would be very helpful to us and to the public in moving projects like this through more effectively and efficiently in a much faster pace than this if we had some information to go on. How much water are plants actually using here in Lake County, given different farming techniques? And you described the farming technique, putting the plants in the ground, and it kind of changes things up. So anyway, I don't know that I have a question around that, other than I'm just going to say that, in letting you know, again, because you are a consultant, you are the property owner, that is what leaves much speculation in this room and on this, in my opinion, on this board, when we have the minimal amount of information to base our decisions on. So surprise us next time. Go beyond. I think that's all I have. I need to look at my notes again, see if I have some real questions.
So can I just, on the question of water, it was mentioned in one of the conversations, the distance of the well to the creek. Could you clarify how close that one well is to Siegler Creek, please?
I'm going to have to look at the site plans to verify that. Does it say?
And that well is a new well, is that correct? It was put in 2022? Or is that an existing well?
It would have had to been put in before the application in 2021 or around that time. That's one of the things we sometimes get into is like people are like, hey, you put in this well for a grow, and that's an impact, but we can't even submit an application to the county without a legal water source. Yeah,
Right, but that's the well that is the source of water for this project, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so whenever it was put in, what is the distance from that to the creek?
Well, that one, I don't believe that to be accurate. Is that, what's that from? Oh, that's from the hydrology. Okay. Yeah, would you scroll back down to that? From the, identifies their scale? No. Okay, from the site plans, it appears to be 200 feet, maybe 250. Looking.
That's an estimate, it's not a defined
I could, it would take me a little bit more time.
That's right, but,
Yeah,
but it, about 200 feet from the creek?
Yes, ma'am, there's a scale at the bottom of the site plan, and I'm
Right.
just,
Yeah, the scale is just teeny, though.
yeah, and that's why it's like, it's at least 200 feet, it may be 250,
And remind me, what is the depth of that well?
400 feet, I believe, if I remember correctly.
Thank you.
What's that? I think it's 550. 550?
550?
Water level is at 200 on the well capacity.
We need him on the mic.
Okay, no, that's all right, I heard it. So the well depth is 550 and the water table is at about 200 feet?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Am I allowed to add a little on that water?
Close public comment, sorry. Any other questions at this moment?
No.
Alvarado, no?
The hydrologist just texted me and said that the creek is outside the radius of influence.
I didn't ask that. I want to know what is the distance? There's a question of radius of influence, which we've been talking about in Lake County for the last 4 or 5 years in regard to wells and creeks and effect of using wells during the hitch spawning season. So that is not a defined number. Okay, I'm sorry. I think I interrupted you.
I just want to, continue to add, one of the concerns that I have is sometimes our approach to land use is not ideal in terms of when we're talking about cumulative impact. And so we're always here parcel by parcel. And in a perspective that I'm looking at the entire environment, not these little sections, each individual well, what that well test says, but we really need to focus on what is the cumulative impact to the aquifers at a baseline of all of the projects, and we don't ever see those numbers. And not that it's on you to provide that information, but as this commission, when we're voting for these projects, we're always going to get, I feel like that there's not going to be an impact significant, the aquifer's going to recharge, but we don't get the big picture. And I think in this day and age with water being a critical right for people to have access to, for the environment to look at what's happening in one specific location really doesn't talk about the impact of the rest of the land. And so I know that's not on your application to define all of that, but I think as a consultant who's come in front of this commission many times, I think we're asking for you as a consultant to maybe try to figure out how to support some of those questions that maybe are not a part of this application, that you need to say, we are actually doing all these things to make sure our impact is not going to cause harm to other properties and other landowners who have come before this commission and said repeatedly, we're having issues with our water. And so again, that's a verbal statement. That's a landowner saying, I'm having this issue. We don't have proof of that. But at some point, I think we need to, when those types of statements are being made, there needs to be a burden of proof to say, yeah, we've experienced that. And otherwise, we're still making decisions based off of information that is just to check all of these boxes. And so I think as we move forward, and maybe that's beyond this commission and how we review these projects, but I think we need to consider some best practices in trying to answer some of these questions that we repeatedly have when it comes to this commission and what we're asking of the applicants to try to find some common ground to address some of those concerns that we continually have, but you've done your job. You've submitted, you got all your documentation, it came to the commission, or came to the community development, it's here in front of us. So you've done what you needed to do. But then what we're asking, is it going beyond what you're required to do, or we need to direct staff to do some more work? And so with all that said, I'm having trouble finding a place to support this project where we're at right now. you've met all the requirements, which I feel for and I'm hearing and I'm looking at, but there's still part of it that hasn't been answered for me. And I don't know if we're going to get to that answer today, specifically for some of the concerns I'm thinking about. But then moving forward, because you've met the threshold to be here, and staff has said in their analysis this project is ready for approval. And so now trying to find that place of, do I feel like it's met that threshold for approval? I can't say I'm there yet, but I still want to dive into some of the comments and questions that have been raised that we don't have solid, defined answers for.
Can I ask a question about that? So the hydrology studies, was a requirement that they have to be prepared by a licensed professional, a licensed engineer, geologist. So they typically write a cumulative impact section, but it's dry. And it normally is like they're normally considering the radius of influence. The reason why it's always considered important is because that's how they determine if they can model a direct impact to a neighboring well or to a nearby surface water body. But what I'm gathering is that is insufficient. And so I was just hoping to gather a little bit more information so that the next time I contract with an engineer or a geologist to do one of these, I'm like, hey, make sure you analyze this or that, or whatever it is. I defer to the experts, and they're like, yeah, this is how we determine potential impact, and so that's what they go with. And I'm not a licensed professional, so I can't tell them yay or nay. But if I could say the commission wants to know this, then I have something I can take to them.
And I think too, the other part is it requires buy-in from the neighboring properties to provide information or access to gather the cumulative impact, which again is not a part of what this project is. But those are things I think about as we move forward, and I just don't know where that change comes. And it would require property owners to provide access to wells and to what the challenges are they're experiencing and documenting that, and that's beyond what I think a property owner needs to be doing as well. So those are just some of the struggles that I have when looking at projects like this. And so I just wanted to say that, and I don't know where the other commissioners, my colleagues, are at, but that's kind of where I'm at right now. And I'm not saying that's a hard place right now. I'm still open. I still want to listen, and I still want to gather as much information as possible. And anything that you can bring is definitely important. So,
to specifically answer your question from before, Commissioner Zoller, the engineer that did the hydrology study, she just measured and she said it's 550 feet from Sigler Canyon Creek to the well.
Great.
Thank you.
Good.
I think to just complement what was just said, that we have two hydrology reports. We had one from another very qualified individual as well. They didn't match up. So, so that certainly causes a big wonderment about just about the whole situation. And we've talked before about it that to have an in-house hydrologist, how can we and we've had this conversation before. The applicant's hydrologist does a report. Not that it's any less honest than it was but that's a perspective. And so we got another one that was not, which was, almost a polar opposite. So that's cause for a pause for,
Well,
and the part of the cumulative impact is, and we've heard, not just today, but in various other situations of this, neighbors say, but my well runs dry. And so, and that I think in the hydrology reports, they use models. And it would sort of be unrealistic to say, you need to go around all the neighbors and, get all the data and, that kind of thing. But we hear anecdotally, and there's no reason not to believe what we hear, is that their well runs dry, and certainly a concern about another big straw going into the aquifer. How's that going to affect, the neighboring properties? So I think that's an issue. I mean, You've been here before. You know water is a big concern, so,
For me, it's, as I said, or whatever, it's doing more than the minimum. So if, with this test result that was done on 6/24/24, 6 hours, and it includes a comment that says at this time, we feel this well is capable of 25 gallons per minute. Note, and then there's a note also, it says all results are subject to change depending on time of year and weather conditions, which is exactly it. And so if there was a well test that was done at a more appropriate time of the year, or for even a longer period of time, that would ensure that the aquifer could hold up during long-term extraction, as opposed to a minimum well test of 4 to 6 hours, just making sure the well works and that there's water. It's sufficient, but in this particular case, because, we're dealing with, and I think, as you well know, this is not just from the county, this is also from the state. The state is monitoring water use. Cannabis is a new crop for us. It brings in a whole different element, different considerations and concerns. It is a bit more, as we've seen in several of the letters from the community members, a bit more industrial looking than what many of us are used to when we think of agriculture, and the way it was before the legalization of cannabis. So when it comes to water, too, I think the state is looking at also monitoring. I mean, we have SIGMA programs throughout the state of California. We have, of course, the farmers are under the Irrigated Lands Program. This is just, I think we're all looking at what is the actual impact, and can our groundwater system sustain this new crop? So we do need monitor, and I'll go back to the, again, to the annual reports. I really look forward to, and I hope, because the annual report talks about, basically there's supposed to be this monitoring of the wells at all of the projects that we've approved for cannabis. That's supposed to be part of the annual report. If we could get a summation of that, and we can see what's actually working, and, and how much is a cannabis plant actually using here in Lake County, versus the program 6 gallons per plant, that everybody just kind of bases things on. But if we could see actually what's happening here in Lake County, in our area, that would be awesome. The same thing with odor. And in this particular project, there were some noise issues also that were addressed or, brought up. But, with odor too, there's supposed to be a complaint system within each, that people can call, which I'm still baffled at. I'm not sure how the public knows who to call with an odor complaint or with any complaint. But that's supposed to be summarized in the annual report as well. And if we as a body here can get that information so we know what's working and what's not working, I think we'd be better suited to be able to address, some of the concerns from the public, as well as our own concerns, and feel more comfortable with our decision moving forward.
Yeah, we hear those concerns. I know they come up often at commission. I also do know, for what it's worth, that all of these issues are being considered with the Article 27 update and 73. And if Director Turner were here, I can hear her kind of saying that. But, not to dismiss anything that any of the commissioners are saying, but just, I guess, maybe a kind reminder to look at what's before you instead of what we wish the regulations are. But
Yeah.
they're all very valid points.
And so let me ask one question. That's the one other question that I didn't ask in regard to the tree mitigation plan. That, of course, it's over a period of 7 years. What, with our cannabis projects that we currently have, that we have approved, what is the longest term of a operating cannabis operation approved project?
So the earliest cannabis projects were approved, I think, in late 2018. So right now we're looking at 8 years of operations for some of our oldest projects. Currently, the projects do have a 10-year limited term for expiration. However, the board is considering removing that 10-year expiration because these cannabis permits are the only major and minor use permits that do have expiration.
Correct. And to that point, though, I also heard, because, and I'm sorry, we're getting a little off topic here or whatever, but there's also, any permit that is inactive for 2 years goes away. And I also have heard that there is resistance from cannabis growers that, in asking to have that not apply to them while it applies to all other permits. So we need to have an even playing field here.
I can provide some clarity for that as well. Typically, the major use and minor use permit process for cannabis project does take quite a bit of time. With that, after the use permit is approved, that's when a lot of our applicants do finally apply for their state license. So if they were to opt out the first year of operations due to not having a state license, it's seen as a non-issue for the department because we recognize that it does take time to have both licenses in place in order to legally cultivate. With that, we've seen individual circumstances where property ownership has changed. So a new owner would come in under the guise of having 2 years to get their things in a row, but in fact, if they had opted out the year previous, we have some issues where that could become contradictory for the new permit holder. And again, this is something that the board is considering. We have not adopted any amendments to Article 27 as of yet, but the cultivators have requested that the 2 years of inactivity for expiration would only start the clock at the time the state license was issued. That way it would be during operations when we know they've already achieved all of their licensing goals.
That makes sense. I mean, that's kind of like a building permit on your house or whatever, it's completed when the house is done kind of thing or whatever. So when all the requirements set forth in the permit are complete, yes, then that's probably when it should start. But to extend that 2 years of inactivity is not consistent with other permits. Anyway, that was off track. So I'll bring it back to you, Chair. Go for it.
Thank you. Just to share some of my concerns, I'm very concerned about the tree removal. 76 mature oak trees that are healthy, they just shouldn't be taken out. And I understand, you're going to take some, acorns and plant them. An acorn after a year is like this. I have them all over my garden. And to replace that tree, say it's a small little one, well, it's certainly beyond my lifetime. And I think that that while it sounds like a good idea, yes, we're going to plant some little oaks, the trade-off is I think a very poor one. And this is resource conservation land, timberland preserve, virgin land, and to cut down, viable trees like that, I think that's not something that we want to do. My wonderment is there another spot on the property that doesn't have all these trees that might be viable for the project? Don't know that. But that's a real concern, as well as the water, and the right-of-way is still a little squishy in my mind. But I think for the general health and safety and welfare of the whole community, I don't know that this project is a true value add. So I'm kind of stuck there.
In regard to the trees, I have a little bit a different viewpoint on that. While I hate to see so many trees removed for development, but on the other hand, I look at also in housing tracts and there, for better or for worse, we do move or remove trees for various different reasons. We also have, for better or for worse, Fair Plan. Who doesn't want any trees or shrubbery or anything near your house? And we're taking out an incredible amount of stuff and we're basically cementing and rocking over everything, which is very sad. But anyway, in regard to this project, in some regards, while I'd like to see less tree removal as per Article 27, but the, on one hand, a bit of tree removal and cleanup would help to improve the condition of the property also for fire safety means. So I have a little bit different perspective on that. I'd like to see it be half as many, but for the size of this project also. But we also, here in the county, we don't have a tree ordinance. So to guide us along those lines. And so again, I look at, I'm making a decision based on policies that are currently in the books versus what I personally desire. So, but then I make my statements because I hope that certain policies change. So that we work on them to improve them. So.
I think that your statement was very well said. I guess this question going off of the tree removal and the replanting of the new seedlings. In terms of when the CEQA is being prepared, I guess this question goes to Michelle. We're saying that these 76 trees are going to be removed. In the eyes of CEQA, when we implement this, how should I call it, like replanting of
Correct, yeah.
of the saplings, does that actually balance out the removal of the trees in the eyes of CEQA? Like when if the state were to look at it and say, okay, like you're taking out this many, this diameter to this diameter, and you're replanting this, does that actually, does it actually balance out the effect of the removal of the trees?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the standard, I hate to use the word standard, but the best practice, I should say, and requirements by California Fish and Wildlife are that 3-to-1 ratio, and that has been an accepted mitigation ratio for removal of trees. I've also seen some comments recently come in, I can't even think of the projects right now, but just about all of the sudden oak death and how a lot of them may be dying, and so some people think that it's helpful to remove oaks. I'm not saying that's the case here, but you see a lot of interesting information regarding this. But I can say that the best practice and the sort of accepted practice is that 3-to-1 ratio.
Yeah. And I guess, and also when we look at that replanting of these trees, you 3-to-1, eventually it might, will balance out. But also once we have, if this project were to move forward, you have someone on the property, constant maintenance, hazardous vegetation management, emergency water storage that could be used for, fighting fires. But it goes also into, now we have human activity, which is, so it's a lot of things to deal with in trying to make a decision, because it's very difficult to find that sweet spot for these projects. And I understand, I hear the community and what their concerns are, but I also think that it's not necessarily fair for a property owner to do what he can and is allowed to do on a property. So trying to balance those two things out, because I believe also that, the property owners have rights as well. And as well as the community, they have their rights to continue having their, their peace of mind. But it comes down to those interactions with, these two parties in communication, where we are adding conditions of approval to mitigate some of those concerns. The hydrology reports also give a better idea of what's actually going on in the area. Hydrology reports, I really enjoy reading these because we focus not on the entire aquifer, but just on the property itself, totaling, or the two parcels totaling the 84.6 acres. And then the actual use, and then we get to the breakdown where we have the recharge or the storage capacity, and then what's going to be used. And it's, we can see it here I mean, I'm not a hydrologist myself, but being able to break it down like that the actual property is self-sustained for its water use. So the concerns that I had initially, from reading everything and trying to hear from both sides and making my decision for today, I think they've been mitigated, and I can understand and see where, the concerns that are there have been from reading all the reports and hearing the applicants' responses and staff's work, that it can be mitigated. So that's where I'm standing on for the project right now. And any decision that we take, today is always difficult, but it's it's part of the choices that we have to make today.
Well, I think one of the difficulties is because this is on TPZ. This is not a zoned parcel that is typical, that we typically see agriculture projects presented. I don't know when the last time an agricultural project was presented on, such a parcel. And so on one hand, you look at, listening to everybody from the public, that's concerned, and I totally understand. My mother would very much like me to be in church every Sunday, and I choose not to go to church. I choose to go for a walk at Boggs Mountain or, something of that sort. That's kind of my church. And so I get where you're coming from, and the peace and the quiet and all of that goes with so much of what Lake County represents and why we all moved here. Change is difficult, and what we're dealing with is that we have a new crop that we're learning how to navigate. There are, again, someone, not me, but somebody decided that we could put cannabis in TPZ, and so that's what we're dealing with today. However, TPC also has, other possibilities that go with that, is tree logging and what have you, which also would be very disruptive, in the community. And so I guess it's adjusting to change. And unfortunately, if we don't own the property owner does have a right to do what they wish to do with their property, when we try on this planet, try to work together to the best of our ability. I do appreciate the condition as far as to change the main traffic route to head north on Siegler Road. But then I also wonder what those folks down at the north end of Siegler are going to think about this. So, anyway, I'm still considering and welcome any further comments.
I do want to just provide a little comment on TPZ. Uses permitted by right, 6.5A does allow for the management of lands and forests for the primary use of commercial production and harvesting of trees. So I just wanted to let the commission know that it is a use by right in timberland preserve to forest trees. Yeah.
Do you have any other comments?
So the taking of the trees, regardless of they're being processed or sold, is a permitted right, is what you're saying?
Yeah, for the management of lands.
For the management of lands. And that definition is because you want to...
It states the management of lands and forests for the primary use of commercial production and harvest of trees.
Okay, so...
It also says in the next one, removal of timber, including uses integrally related to growing, harvesting, and on-site processing of forest production, including but not limited to roads, logs, landings, log storage areas, and incidental logging camps during harvest.
Okay. I don't know that 100% applies, but I appreciate having that definition. That gives a little more food for thought. Any other questions? Commissioner Brown, anything else?
So I guess the question here is among us, are there things that we're uncomfortable with that we need more information on to be able to come to a decision? Are we looking at taking a vote on this today, or are we looking at possibly continuing this?
Okay.
So, yeah.
The last question I have, and I know this is always a sticking point for me, is the cultural resource study. But I know that it was mentioned Middletown Rancheria was entered into consultation, and that's been concluded. Consultation. Do you have a letter from the tribe saying they've formally closed consultation, or?
Yeah, we did formally close consultation, and in an agreement that they will enter into a tribal monitoring agreement with Middletown Rancheria.
Okay, so the county closed and also Middletown closed?
Middletown actually helped us prepare the mitigation measures that the 6 ones that we have in there today. We actually worked with Middletown Rancheria on those specific mitigation measures.
Okay, thank you.
So to respond to your question, is there a proposal? I could vote, but is there a proposal that somebody would like to bring forward?
I am prepared to make a motion if there's no further discussion. We could discuss holding the vote or voting now. I'm prepared to do it now.
Commissioner Rosenthal, you ready to vote now, or you would like to make a proposal for something else?
I'm fine
With
I'm fine with voting now, because I can't really identify anything that I would instruct staff to do better, other than changing our policies and improving their standards and raising the standards. So I can't do that today.
And then I guess my only direction to staff would be to try to demonstrate more cumulative impact to the project site with the other sites in location, the other applications and grows and any water. That's kind of where I have trouble, because we say we have to address the cumulative impact, but I don't feel like we've ever really done it in a specific project. I mean, and it's hard to do, but I guess I'd like to see more information in that regard, if possible, when it can be provided. I know it's not going to be something we can get every project, but the best we can do on projects of this scale, I think would be a great opportunity to provide additional information to at least help myself get to feel comfortable with the vote that I'm making. And again, I guess the other comment I would leave is that in 7 years, I'm probably not going to be sitting here to bring up the question of, did those oak trees survive?
Right.
Did the mitigation plan actually work? And I don't think an incoming commissioner would be asking that question. But I've talked to other commissioners from the county, and once they leave, they're kind of like, I don't want to hear nothing about anything else again.
Except for the few of us that come back.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's a very rare situation, I believe. But yeah, that's, I guess, where my concerns are. And other questions I would ask down the road is to try to gather that information, and even from the applicant and yourself, Trey, anything you can do to gather as much information. And I know you've met your requirements, so just that would help me have a better peace of mind too. Thank you.
Yeah, and to that point, the cannabis, what's it called, cannabis department, that's what they look for is, or they're encouraging, I see that in several of our reports, is a cumulative effects of water, of odor, noise, and air. So.
Yeah, that's a theme for us, we ask that.
Yes, and roads. So
And roads.
that's not in the cumulative effects, but we do have, yeah, and to that point too, Siegel Canyon, or the Siegler Road is not in great shape. So, and that's not any project that's coming forward, or resident, that's not their issue. It is, of course, a county issue. And I'd love to see that road improved. It's a great place to ride or walk, as somebody had said. Thank you.
All right, with that, I'm prepared to make a motion. I move that the planning commission find that that potential impacts associated with the project applied for by Ziegler Springs North LLC, Forest Alley, can be mitigated to less than significant through the implementation of the mitigated negative declaration for the property located at 11615 and 11625 Ziegler Springs North Road, Kelseyville. The APN is 115-007-03 and 115-007-06 will not have a significant effect on the environment, and that the Planning Commission adopt the initial study PL 26-115, IS 21-18, with the findings listed in the staff report dated June 11th, 2026.
All in favor of that motion?
I'll second.
Oh, I'm sorry. Now, all in favor of that motion?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
Oh, I didn't get there. And opposed? No. 2-2, so it fails? Is that correct? Is that correct?
That is correct. Although, let me double check to see.
I believe that is correct, that if it's a tie, that it,
Yes, it is a failure, but it is a no, effectively, by function. However, let me double check to make sure, to see if it is an automatic appeal. Yeah, I think it is an automatic
so
appeal, but
it's
let me
appealed
just,
the same as any other. Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, moving forward, I move that the Planning Commission find that the major use permit PL 26-115, UP 21-17 applied for by Ziegler Springs North LLC, Forest Alley, for the property located at 11615 and 11625 Ziegler Springs North Road, Kelseyville, APNs 115-007-03 and 115-007-06 does meet the requirements of the Lake County Zoning Ordinance, Article 27 and Article 51.4, and that the major use permit be granted based on the findings listed in the staff report and subject to the conditions of approval dated June 11th, 2026.
I'll second.
All in favor of this motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No.
And then I did find the section, if that's helpful.
yeah, so this section is Article 58, Section 58.42, and it does read that if the Planning Commission results in a tie vote, the matter shall be deemed to be automatically denied at the first hearing and appealed to the Board of Supervisors for public hearing.
So does the same, is 7 days period?
No, it's an automatic appeal. So it is
Oh,
now by
excuse me.
by operation of the ordinance, an automatic appeal.
Okay.
It does also say that automatic appeals pursuant to this section shall not be subject to filing fees as provided for in other parts of the zoning ordinance. So it automatically goes to the board.
Okay. So, everybody understand that? Okay, all right, thank you very much. Okay, it's 2:15. No, he's gonna stay till 3. And so I'd like to stay till 3:30, so we can you wanna do Coco next? What is your thought? Yeah. Okay, okay.
So we're on 3 now?
Yeah, we're gonna do Coco because the other one may take longer and you and I will be going. Oh, can we just take a break for about till 2:25, please? We need to consult on a strategy here. All right, welcome back. We will be considering 6C, our 935 item. And let me just let everyone know that in about an hour, we will lose our quorum. So we'll get as far along as possible. So, okay. Consideration of major use permit PL-25-71, Pasta Farms 3, 1833DS, LLC, Peter Simon, and a mitigated negative declaration for amendment to use permit expansion from 20 acres to a maximum of 30.11 acres of outdoor commercial cannabis canopy. Type 4 nursery and type 13 distribution, self-transport only, license located at 10750, 10417 and 10145 Sigler Springs North Road, 10800, 1033, 9864. I guess that's one parcel. 9954 11000 Diener Drive, and 9954 Salmina Road, APN 115-004-05, 115-04401, 100-169-48, 115-004-08, 115-001-21, 115-001-29, 115-004-07, 115-006-18, 115-005-03, and 1011-047-06.
Thank you, Commissioners. Staff is going to ask for a brief technical recess as we were locked out of sharing our screen capabilities in Zoom, so we're working on that right now.
How long would you like?
We'll give it a couple of minutes, and in the
Do
meanwhile...
you want to do 5 minutes?
5 minutes is fine, and in the meanwhile, I would like the applicant to come and join us.
Okay, that'll be fine. We'll be back in business at 2:35. Thank you. Yeah.
You can say as for the properties as further described in the report.
Oh, thank you. I was sort of getting lost and thinking, wait a minute, which line am I on? They're all the same.
Yeah, no, I completely understand, and.
Okay, thank you.
The agenda was posted, it was noticed in, the APNs are noticed in the notice so that the public can be
Okay.
aware of each property.
Okay.
But, everybody's looking at the agenda, so you don't have to, you can say as further described in the report and cite the report.
Can I just say, item
Remember you
at
told us
9
that
point,
before, I just don't remember
at
it.
35, and have them just look at the agenda item. I don't have to even read it to them. It seems sort of silly I'm reading it to them.
No, that's part of the record.
And that's okay.
Of it, but, the APN numbers are specific identifiers that we're all in properties.
Specifically, yeah. Okay.
My understanding is staff takes the notice, copies and pastes on the agenda. So,
Okay.
I could be wrong, but I think that's what we do, so that's why all of those are still in there.
Okay, all right, but thank you. That's a little, breathe. Yeah, say.
You should have seen the binoculars.
Yes, yeah, yeah. What is this that you gave me? Ooh, limoncello. Limoncello. Ooh, fancy. Does it also have the limoncello kick to it? Yes, ma'am. Oh, okay, so okay, so, oh, this is on. So when we come back, you want to address that? Yeah, let's do that right away. So can I just, that Cocoa Farms has asked for a date and time continuance? Okay.
Let me ask them, and then I'll write it all down for you, so that way you can read it in.
Yeah, I need to know what to say. I know.
I will be in South Dakota on the 25th, so I won't be here.
Well, that's a weenie excuse. I'm going to be out of town. No, you're going to be way out of town. Okay. Then I'll say under the motion. Oh, then you're gonna miss this. Yeah, we'll figure out how to zoom you in on your vacation, huh? Swell. Okay. Okay, you guys back and running again?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm ready to come back. Ready to come back? All right. Ready to go. All right, thank you. Technical difficulties are taken care of. I'd like to make a proposal that Lake Coco Farms PL-25-155 have their hearing moved to a date specific, June 25th at 9:30. I need a motion for that.
So moved.
Second?
All in favor of the change of date?
Aye.
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 Okay. So, thank you for that. So, we will resume where we were on the Pastor Farms expansion request.
Thank you, Chair Zoller. Good afternoon, Commission. Mary Claiborne, Senior Planner, Community Development Department. Today for consideration is Major Use Permit Amendment PL-25-71 for a maximum of 3.11 acres of outdoor commercial cannabis canopy, Type 4 nursery, and Type 13 distribution self-transport only license. The applicant and farm manager are present here to speak after staff's presentation. The site is located in the Cobb Mountain area within District 5. It is approximately 3.3 miles south of the Clear Lake Riviera community growth boundary as seen on the map there. The site consists of partially developed land in an agricultural setting. According to the Biological Survey, which is attachment 7 to staff's report, there are no aquatic resources on site. Surrounding land uses include rural residential properties, undeveloped forested land, and vineyards. Access to the property is via Siegler Springs North Road or Diener Drive, and the total combined parcel size is approximately 602.48 acres. Existing uses at the site include 20 acres of outdoor commercial cannabis canopy with perimeter fencing, one 27,201 square foot processing building with ADA compliant restroom, 480 square foot of office space, 20,400 square feet of agricultural shade house membrane structures, a 2,400 square foot greenhouse, a pesticide storage shed, equipment storage, a 3,000 square foot compost area, a 15 by 15 foot cannabis waste area, a 300,000 gallon steel water tank, and irrigation water tanks. The purpose of this amendment is to combine the two approved major use permits, UP 20-11 and UP 22-31, and expand the canopy from 20 acres to 30.11 acres with new appurtenant facilities. The new construction includes 39,900 square foot processing building, a 40,000 square foot nursery for immature plants, a 1,925 square foot accessory structure, a 3,200 square foot accessory structure, and two 300-gallon steel water storage tanks. The cultivation site meets the setback of 100 feet from the property lines. The nearest off-site residence is approximately 300 feet from the proposed cultivation area. The project meets property line setbacks and exceeds off-site residence setbacks. Notification of this project under AB 52 was sent to local tribes with Aboriginal territory in and around Lake County on October 20th, 2025. Middletown Rancheria's Tribal Historic Preservation Officer responded to the notification stating the project falls within the tribe's area of concern and requested consultation. Tribal consultation was formally closed on March 17th, 2026, and tribal comment is available as Attachment 11 to staff's report. A point of interest for this project is oak tree removal. The applicant proposes to develop 1.8 acres of the property for construction of a nursery and processing building. Preparing the site for development will require the conversion of an established oak woodland. 362 oak trees are proposed to be removed. Oak Mitigation Plan. Under the Oak Woodlands Protection Act, Lake County shall require one or more oak woodland alternatives to mitigate the significant effect of conversion of oak woodlands, including replacing removed trees at a rate of 3 to 1, and maintaining these trees pursuant to Section 4526 of Senate Bill Number 1334, terminating 7 years after the trees are planted. 1,086 black oaks will be planted, protected, and irrigated for 7 years to mitigate tree removal within the woodland. The removal of trees requires a complex grading permit to be obtained, and all grading and earthwork is to be in compliance with Chapter 30 of the Lake County Municipal Code. The Oak Mitigation Plan by Jacob Zunes and Associates is Attachment 9 to staff's report. Another point of interest, water use. The water availability analysis by EBA Engineering determined that the on-site cannabis irrigation practices are optimized by using advanced irrigation. Water use data provided for existing operations at the site was estimated to be approximately 0.88 gallons per day per plant. This reduced water demand is attributed to smaller plant sizes, optimized spacing, and efficient irrigation methods. The annual total water demand for the project is 107.37 acre-feet per year. Estimated volume of groundwater in storage is 6,593 acre-feet. The annual proposed water demand is estimated to be 1.6% of the groundwater in storage in the underlying the project site. The water availability analysis concludes that the project's water use will not result in overdraft conditions. Approved projects within 3 miles. There are 9 approved projects within a 3-mile radius as identified in the staff report on pages 13 and 14. That also has the list of the use permit numbers and the total canopy that is approved. Those first 2 projects are actually this project site, so I wanted to point that out to the commission, that those would be combined into one project and not have an additional stacking of use permits, so to speak. The project was analyzed under the Lake County General Plan, Chapter 3, Land Use, Chapter 7, Health and Safety, Chapter 8, Noise, and Chapter 11, Water Resources. The Cobb Mountain Area Plan was also analyzed, as well as the Lake County Zoning Ordinance, Article 5, Agriculture, Article 7, Rural Lands, and Article 27, Uses Generally Permitted. The 2026 CEQA guidelines and DCC state regulations were also reviewed. All impacts to the environment could be mitigated to less than significant with mitigation measures incorporated and outlined in the draft mitigated negative declaration and draft conditions of approval. The public comment period occurred for the draft ISMND from April 5th to May 6th, 2026. Recommendations. Adopt mitigated negative declaration for use permit PL-25-71 with the findings listed in staff's report. Major use permit recommendations. Approve use permit PL-25-71 with the proposed conditions of approval and with the findings listed in the staff report. And that concludes my presentation. I am available for questions and comments, and additionally, the applicant would like to speak with the commission and share a little bit more information about the project.
Before we do that, any questions for staff? Okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners.
Button.
Oh, thank you, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Peter Simon. I'm here with Sam Edwards from the Pasta Farm. I won't repeat the information we included in our application, but I do want to highlight a couple things. I also want to be very brief, but I will be happy to answer any questions you have. I know that we're short on time. There's a lot of information that came up in the comments, and also we had the opportunity of listening to the last hearing that just came up before, which I think highlights a lot of the concerns that I think that the commission has about these projects. And I want to focus on some of the things that set this project apart from many other projects. Many of the comments talked about the impact of a 30-acre grow on an area, and they were talking 35 million gallons of new water use. That is incorrect. That is not what we have here. You have a 20-acre grow already in existence with using water use. And in contrast to many other projects, we have historical knowledge about what we actually use. So some of the comments were made like, what are the theoretical or potential impacts? We know what they actually are in our application. We're seeking 10 additional acres and the opportunity, because you have to include them in your use permit. We don't like iterative use permit applications. We're also seeking some things that further down the road we might be able to utilize to benefit the grow. And I want to hit on some of the topics that people talked about specifically. And the first one I want to talk about real briefly is fire. Everybody's always concerned about fire, but there's almost no use that humans are involved with that doesn't potentially trigger fire. What separates our project is that right now we have 65,000 gallons of water dedicated to fire suppression. We have 300,000 gallons available for fire suppression. When we're done, if our project's approved, we'll have 1.2 million gallons of water available for fire suppression that could be used to fight the fires that were shown by the Mountain Sanctuary folks to our neighbors for this whole area. They're tanks that are accessible to CAL FIRE. Oaks, I know that's been a topic for many of you. The area where we're talking about putting the buildings, which is where the oak mitigation or the oak removal would take place, is a highly dense area with, and I think Commissioner Rosenthal was able to see this, it's a highly dense area with a lot of fallen dead wood. We would probably want to thin that area even if we weren't pursuing an application. It's an unhealthy area where the oaks aren't doing well. We plan to move them to an area that has been cleared that used to be vineyard and walnut orchards that is available with irrigation already in place to be able to facilitate the growth of oaks in an area where there are none now. So it would be taking, I would say, a 3 out of 10 oak site and turning it into a plus 10 oak site. The biggest issue that I think always comes up is water. And the main thing I would like to draw your attention to on our water analysis is that we used EBA, who is a hydrogeological survey. We can use anybody we want. If you probably see people come up from one side, oftentimes proponents using them, or you'll see somebody from another company who will show up and be talking about, oh, here's all the problems with them. EBA is approved by the county, numerous other municipalities, the State Water Board, and has been utilized repeatedly to oppose projects. We went to them for our water analysis because we wanted to ensure we were not going to have an undue impact on ourselves, our water resources, or our neighbors. There was concern in the comments that were put up there about people talking about 35 million, that's a lot of water. I think they should not be concerned about 35 million gallons. They should be comforted by it. Last year, we know this, last year we used 13.5 million gallons of water when we had for our 20-acre approved project. Yet the project we're seeking is for 30 acres, and what we have is an overly conservative estimate to ensure that we aren't impacting it. At 35 million gallons, EBA concluded that, including in dry and drought years, there will be more than enough water to facilitate more water than we ever plan to use on our site. And that's important because we actually know how much we've used in the past, and the amount, and as we grow, we're able to be more efficient with water, and we're also able to then have more than enough. We have been operating since 2020. Our wells have recharged every year. We've had no issues with our water. We've had no issues or impacts. Our closest neighbor is about a quarter mile away. And I know there was some talk about the radius of influence, but the radius of influence of either of our wells, the furthest one, is 330 feet. That's 1,650 feet away is what our neighbor is, and they're saying that if they were 331 feet, they wouldn't be there. No matter how much weight you give to the radius of influence, whether you think it's definitive or not, it is at least instructive to a degree. And when it's 5 times further away than EBA is saying would be impacted by any of our water use, I think that should weigh heavily in the analysis in favor of not finding that there's an impact with the water. The other thing that I think is important to note here is that the way we got into this project, I'm not a cannabis guy historically. We had grapes here. It was grapes and walnuts, and we were in the process of pulling some of the walnuts out to add grapes. We could probably put about 200 acres of grapes on this property. So when you're comparing the use of this with all the processes, you need to be looking at what would happen if we put grapes in there instead. And the estimate that you have for grapes is somewhere between 200,000 and 600,000 gallons per acre for grapes. That's 40 million to 120 million gallons of water that would otherwise be used on this site without this type of oversight. So yes, we'll be using water, but no, we will not have problems recharging. No, there will not be a shortage. And it is a whole lot less than it would be if our project were not pursuing this. The other thing that's important to note is that because of the limitations of the 5% limitation on the amount of space we have, many of the comments about open space, community and such, sure, as you drive down Siegler Springs Road, there will be a little area where there's cannabis grows. But what it is preserving is approximately 550 acres of land for open space, for animals, for fauna, for flora, for water recharge. That's what this project is allowing, because there's not other areas. We don't have a significant creek going down the middle of our grow. One comment was made, the right project in the wrong place. This is the right project in the right place. And final comment I would make is that the impact of adding one cannabis plant to somebody that doesn't have one can be significant. It creates a smell, an obstruction, a visual presence that wasn't there before. Adding a third plant to 2 does not have a significant impact. And what we're talking about doing here is adding that third plant, relatively speaking, that is not going to have the same 50% increase in impacts, because the number of employees that are necessary is not going to increase by that rate. The amount of water we're going to have is not going to increase by that rate. The amount of resources, machinery, everything else is going to be it's going to increase efficiency. Thus, the marginal impacts that are increased are going to be de minimis. With that, I'm happy to make sure I'm not missing any points. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions before I do open for public comment?
Just question number one. Yes, Mr. Simon, it was very fortunate that you were second on the list today.
Yeah.
But I have a question for staff. If you could explain a little bit about the clustering aspect of this project?
Sure. So the total parcels acreage combined is 602 plus acres. When we look at clustering or co-location, what we're doing is borrowing density from a parcel that's held under identical ownership and has an adjacent lot line to the other project parcels. So with that, while there are several parcels proposed for this project, not all of these parcels will have development on them. And I can pull up the site plan that can show where the development will occur, if that would please the commission.
That'd be helpful.
While we're pulling up the site plans, I would like to provide additional context. On page 5 of the staff report, it does list all locations. The first 3 parcels listed are cultivation parcels. The 4th cultivation parcel is actually for cultivation facilities, and then the remaining 6 parcels are used for clustering purposes only and do not propose development on those parcels. So while this does not show the lot lines of the parcels, this does show the area proposed for development. The yellow is the existing facilities. The shaded red there is the proposed new garden areas for cannabis canopy. And then the blue area there is where the nursery and processing building are proposed to be located.
And that's where the tree removal would be?
That is where the tree removal would be, and we can pull up the oak mitigation plan if that would please the commission. We can go into that topic next.
And I would like to just add real quick that, as Mr. Simon said, I probably am familiar with it because I did go out on a site visit a couple months ago, met with Mr. Simon and Sam there at the site along with Supervisor Helen Owen, and did have the opportunity to tour the site, just a quick 10-minute, 15-minute tour. So to kind of see what was existing, he did as I asked him, you know, if he had a project coming before this commission, and as he said yes, but at that point too, the date was unknown. So, but anyway, so I did do a site visit.
We're working on pulling up that oak mitigation map as well.
In that previous slide that showed the shading, I noticed some white squares on the main cultivation area. Are those temporary houses that are there right now?
There's a bit, when you were, the white squares were, some of them was our, what we call our processing building, our dry building. And then there were some areas that may have been our, either, we have a couple of hoops that may have also appeared to be white, and I think there was also some rows. We mulch to try to increase water efficiency. So that also may have been some of the, what you saw as the white.
Okay, but the only building currently is that one on the northern side of the road, right?
In the cultivation area, that is correct.
Okay.
There's a little canopy and there's a well area, but neither of those are buildings.
Yeah, like there.
Yeah,
The only building is that white one on the top.
Yeah, the white one on the upper right-hand side of that, the ones below that are not buildings.
Okay.
Any other questions for the applicant or for the staff before I open for public comment? Okay, hearing none, I will open for public comment. Please step forward from the chambers, state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Hello again, Commission. My name is Alexander Powell from the Mountain Petition. I just met Mr. Simon today, and we spoke recently. I think we did not get the notice for the expansion. It just turned out it was on the docket with the previous applicant, and so when we saw the water usage, we were kind of alarmed. I was going to try to present here I just wanted to show you the map that we had put together. I'm not able to do it, unfortunately. Goodness, can't share. Well, in any case, the main thing was I just wanted to show that it actually bordered the other applicant. And so that was our main concern. And one thing I didn't get to say because my time ran out last time, I'm going to do it this time. Our well went dry 3 years ago for the first time in 52 years since we've been stewards of that property. And that was very alarming, as you can imagine. So that's why I was cautious, and Mr. Simon and I spoke, and he's been very helpful in responding to our hydrologist in terms of getting the data. It can, things like this can be very misrepresented. As you noted, there were discrepancies in the two last hydrology reports, and, that well is actually within 200 feet of the creek. And it's just the way it is, but what can you do, right? We can deal with that with the Board of Supervisors. But I just wanted to mention that, the concerns about water, in which he's speaking to. And also when in the trees, we just hired someone to help us with the new oak borer beetle. Have you heard of this? Devastating. We've already, it didn't, apparently supposed to go above 2,100 feet. We're at 2,400 feet. We've found infested trees, and we got to attack it quickly because it will devastate oaks. So we have that in addition to the sudden oak death and the bark. There's a lot going on with the climate changing. And so I think that was our concerns too. And I just wanted to kind of mention those two things as main concerns, not as alarmists, not necessarily kind of to necessarily oppose. For this one, I just wanted to mention that. It's just really, like you've been saying, these are things that we need to kind of be attentive to. And also, I think, forgive me, but I think it is within your power to insist on longer term water testing. That's my understanding with the commission. It is within your power. So maybe that refers maybe to the last one because Mr. Simon is helping us with the data. But I think that that's just a couple of things I wanted to say, and thank you for your time again.
Thank you. Anyone else from the chambers?
Hello again, Duncan Gamlin, Fire Marshal at the Mountain of Attention Sanctuary. I'll forego the pictures for you. You've already seen them. So I just want to say there's just a few points that I want to make, and that my objection is continued growth in what we call the WUI, the wildland-urban interface, and in this particular one, it's in the very high severity zone. It's a bad combination. So, and then the cumulative effects of all those approved grows in this area, it's cumulative and it's risky. There are abandoned vineyards all showing up all over, and they would make very good places to grow with better access. All the upside, none of the downside. I don't know why we're still continuing to do this. And I'd just like you to think about it. The other thing is I was going to reiterate what Alex just said. We have an artesian well, which is very likely why the ancestors of the Pomos settled on this property, because the water was just coming out of the ground. Hello. And then they had hot springs nearby where they could camp and bathe and do their, the rituals. That was for 5,000 years before it was acquired by settlers here. We've only owned it for 50 years. It's never run dry. And it did, and we had to pump the aquifer for the first time, maybe the first time in 5,000 years. So water is compromised. Let me look at my time. Again, on CEQA, CEQA, however, asks whether impacts have been analyzed and mitigated, not just boxes checked on a form. So there's a larger responsibility for staff
to really dig on what is really going on here and what, you know, what should we look at deeper than what is just on the form. And to correct my comment, by the way, I'm very impressed with your grow. As a former grower, I think you guys have done an excellent job. I live on that road. Oh yeah, no, I'm a mile down the road. Come on by, we'll give you a Okay. And my quote was, "It's the right product in the wrong place," not project. And again, we should be looking for opportunities to place these grows in other areas that are not as risky as the forested areas of Cobb Mountain. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Margot Kambara. The project intends to remove 362 oak trees. 362 trees. The size and the age of the trees are not mentioned. It doesn't make sense to remove healthy oaks, especially mature oaks, when the Board of Supervisors renews monthly since 2022 a proclamation of existence of a local emergency due to pervasive tree mortality. While the staff report describes mitigation measures, it does not describe consideration of feasible alternatives or reasons alternatives such as relocating or reconfiguring the grow sites, why that's not feasible. At minimum, trees of a certain diameter at breast height, DBH, should be preserved. The diameters of the trees, again, are not known, and if there are blue oaks, a smaller DBH should be considered since they are slow growers. An ancient blue oak can be mistaken for a young tree. Replacing trees as tree removal mitigation has limited success. Survival rate is poor. Overall, to preserve oaks, it's best not to remove them. Donna Makowitz, the environmental representative on the General Plan Advisory Committee, circulated among GPAC committee members a proposed tree preservation and protection ordinance. As the county seeks to distinguish itself as a premier outdoor destination, attention to developing a tree preservation and protection ordinance is strongly recommended. Till then, the county has until the county has that tree preservation and protection ordinance, great attention should be given to avoid cutting and clear cutting of mature trees. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I could make one clarification.
All right.
Just so you know, at page 3 of 7 of the oak mitigation plan. I'm sorry, at page 3 of 7 of the oak mitigation plan, it does set forth the details of the trees. There are no blue oaks, and only 3 of the trees are over 20 inches.
Thank you.
Yes, was staff still going to pull up that report?
Any other comments from the chambers?
Lynn Wagner. I'm a local resident, homeowner in the area. I just am expressing as a longtime Lake County lover and member of the Lake County Arts Council and the arts community here, that I'm concerned that our peaceful, quiet, rural community, where we've chosen to purchase a home and live, is being turned into a commercial farming venture that's very close to our community of, residential homes and where we raise our families. I haven't really prepared a speech because I'm just here to express a feeling as a Lake County homeowner that I really would prefer that, as I guess the gentleman who spoke before me was saying, that maybe it could be relocated to other areas where commercial farming, large operations with noise and trucks. And I walk on those roads, on North Cicola Road. My husband and I were both in our late 70s and not looking forward to having trucks go back and forth carrying loads of, equipment or product, whatever that is. So I wish I could be more technical about what I'm saying, but it's more of an emotional appeal, I think, that I can make. Thank you for considering this seriously, and I'm really glad that we have a planning commission that does really look at these issues about how the community is developing, what's happening here, and not just wholesale, well, big money is coming in, let's take advantage of it. So, thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone on Zoom?
I do have to step out and travel.
Pardon me?
Can I have my last 18 seconds?
Just a second. We're transitioning here. losing
Thank you,
someone.
Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. You had 18 more seconds?
He was watching the clock.
All right, come on up.
So, as Duncan Gamlin again, I live on that road. It's a really terrible road. It's not posted, and people are driving 55 miles an hour on the road. Some of your guys, yeah, and there's a few ladies that drive by in their Mercedes, and my dog and I are leaping off the road into the drainage ditch. So, just want to make that comment.
Sir, I have a question for you. Excuse, Duncan? Yeah, that was actually my, I'm glad that you came up because that was, I wanted to ask you what your experience has been for the last, how many years has this operation
2
been?
years that I've been
For the
there.
last 2 years, and what you've noticed in terms of traffic, noise, odor, from your experience these last 2 years?
Well, I don't hear Pasta, but I do hear Gray Road. They're right above where the cabin where I live, and they're extremely noisy. There's lots of traffic. It's not even a gravel road. It's dusty. It's a real disturbance, and and then people will come in and trucks will come out and. On our property, they come onto our property, and then they go out and they find the right property, and then they drive by with incredible odor coming off the trucks. I'm like, yikes, good luck driving into Oakland that way.
But that's not this.
Which project is that?
Project, right?
That's Gray Road.
Gray Road.
I pointed out those hoop houses on that picture.
Oh.
9185 Gray Road.
Okay.
Yeah, so I guess, yeah, the comment I was looking for was specific to this one, which, I mean, that's also good that you can share your experience with other farms.
Yeah.
But I think it's good that, you said you live down the road from this project here, so, yeah, your opinion is, very much taken into consideration and.
More with Gray Road, not with these guys.
Yeah.
I did have to take your son out of a ditch, so, on our property.
Uh-oh. I'll talk to you after.
Yeah, okay.
We are very adamant about people driving carefully on our road from our.
They did a 3-point turn in a bad location and got stuck. Oh, he probably didn't tell you about it. I'm throwing him under the bus.
Excuse me.
Okay, I
Yeah, I guess that just kind of goes into what this should be about the community engaging with, these projects and having a positive experience, because that's what it's all about, really, being good neighbors, taking care of each other when it needs to be. So, from what I heard right now, it sounds like, you guys are good players in that area compared to other ones that they could easily point out, so.
your comments were interesting because we often don't hear about existing operations and the impact to the neighborhood as you shared with us. Thank you. Were there any other comments from the chambers? Is there anyone on Zoom? All right, so why don't we start to work through those?
Do you want me to speak now?
Yes, please. State your name and you have 3 minutes.
I sent a presentation. It's only 4 slides. Is it possible to share that on the screen?
Sure.
I sent it to the planning staff as well as the commission. If you can't, it's okay. But
Okay,
it's been very helpful.
Why don't you go ahead and summarize? They're taking a look, see if they can find them. So go ahead and summarize your comments, please. Go ahead, please. Do we lose them?
Hello?
Hello, someone there? You there?
I'm not the man who was speaking who disappeared a moment ago.
All right.
But I would like to speak if this is the time.
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and go on while we're trying to find the other guy?
Sure. I'm William Stranger again. I live 100 yards south of Gray Road, across, right on the road, across from Duncan. My wife and I came here 10 years ago. We had lived actually over in the Siegler Springs subdivision when we were burned out in the Valley Fire. Had to leave for a few years, came back and elected to come here, return on 27, mainly because of the peace and quiet of this road and our enjoyment of the community of people, both members of our community and others, who walk this very rare road in Lake County. If you get around Lake County, roads are winding. Most of them are inclines. Very few are suited for a leisurely long walk. And here, friends of ours and others will drive from a mile or two away to get out with their dogs, their families, and to walk this road. And I'm getting more and more concerned about the volume of traffic coming down from the dirt road, which is about a third of a mile to the north of us, and runs up to the Pasta Farm, grow, coming down here. I've already expressed to you, and I thought it went by rather quickly, my concerns about the water loss we've already suffered. I don't really know that we understand the aquifers here with anything like the detail to measure how much of that also has been contributed to by Pasta Farms and by the possibility of this grow. But even more than that, I'd like to say to the commission here, and especially to the member, unfortunately, to your left, Madam Chair, who left, that there are all these individual parameters that quite rightly you need to measure, and to give an analysis. But I think we all live long enough to know that breaking things down into little bits of an analytic form, while necessary, doesn't always communicate the whole. And the whole is that we've been enduring this Pasta Farms grow. We watched them move and develop a little bit more discretion about armed guards and so on. But it's still a vast removal of animal habitat in the area and a kind of a change in the psyche and the peacefulness of it. And I think enlarging that without us really understanding the hydrology, the deep hydrology of the area, without understanding the traffic impacts that sometimes the traffic will begin here 6:30 in the morning with people coming to work, and the industrial noise. I'm very concerned about that. I think that the previous speaker, Lynn Wagner, expressed it well when she said, didn't want this to be turned into a commercial area. But it is becoming that. It's becoming an ag commercial area, and there's such vast, unused, uninhabited tracts, even not far from here, where the grows could be extended that I really wish that we would take a long pause, add in other elements. The sacred element that I brought to this commission a while ago, I know it's doesn't measure it's not on the radar. It's the profundity of our lives, and it's the profundity of the Native American communities here too. So I'd like to appeal for a pause, a wider vision, a deeper study, and including in friendship with the current managers of the Pasta Farms. I bear them no ill will. Simply that.
Thank you. May I ask a question? Did you say that there were armed guards? Is that what, did you say that?
Previously, when they started that grow, there were armed guards out front. Yes, it was a concern. I assumed they were under some kind of threat of people stealing their plants and so on. But yeah, for a couple of years, we endured people with pistols on their sides wearing military-looking uniforms, dark clothes. Yeah, I think they've taken that concern into account. I haven't seen that in a while, and like I said, I'm not at all impugning their character.
Right, okay, I heard you make the comment, I just wanted a little more clarification. Thank you very much.
And I would please beg the commission to also look at the effects on animal habitat. It is shrinking enormously around here. And what happens is those animals, we've had cougars now coming into this rural area nearby, and so on.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I would encourage you also to attend the Board of Supervisors meeting when they're talking about the cannabis ordinance and share your concerns with them. We did move, and again, I'm sorry, I won't go too far off topic, but, sorry, you're making faces. But we did, as far as when cannabis was legalized, and we decided to try here as a county, decided to try to make it work. There are pros and cons to the location of cannabis operations. We want to move them away from communities because of the armed guards. Because of the odors, because of, some of the activity. So, but then we also, then that means we're moving them into remote areas, into which some of those areas where we all live and enjoy the peace and quiet. So we're striving to find some balance there. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. Do you have someone else on Zoom?
We have the previous gentleman that wanted to share.
Oh. Okay, you want to bring him back?
This is Gordon Thrupp. Hi, thanks for bringing my presentation out.
Okay.
I'm Gordon Thrupp. I'm a senior hydrogeologist with Geosyntec Consultants based in Oakland. I have a PhD in geology and earth science, and I'm a registered professional geologist and certified hydrogeologist in California. I provided my qualifications for the previous hearing too. And so I just wanted, this is what I was trying to show also in the last one, but I want to show this slide because it helps to illustrate we call it a conceptual model in hydrogeology, but it's vastly different conditions of groundwater in fractured rock than in, for example, sandstone or alluvium. That's schematically represented by these two blocks. And the big difference in the fracture stuff is that it's very difficult to estimate the production rate and sustainability because you don't know how much volume of the rock it occupies. And often it's not all connected. So it's very difficult to estimate. Okay, next slide, please. And then I want to thank Peter Simon for providing data to me, which was very helpful. These are the same data that are showed in the EBP, whatever it's called, the report for the hydrologists on behalf of the applicant. Only the difference is this is zoomed in on the data. So these show for 2 wells, a few months of water levels, the higher water levels. So it's water levels with time. The dots are the water levels measured in well 1 and well 2 on the right. The lower cluster of points is when it's pumping, the higher is when it stops pumping. And the main thing I want to point out here is that when the pumping stops, in September or October, you can see that the water level has not recovered to the same location and the same height that was before. It's about, on the left plot, well 1, it's about 10 feet deeper, 50, and on the well 2 on the right, it's about 15 feet deeper, I think. Anyway, but that helps to emphasize that, the cumulative, and with time, this is going to be more and more a problem. That's why the yield decreases as well. Next slide, please.
We have about a minute.
Okay, and I've talked about this before in the previous one. It's the cumulative impact is very important. Go ahead to the next slide. The estimates of the radius of influence, as Peter mentioned, it's a not necessarily a good metric, but the calculations presented in the report on behalf of Peter Simon are for 8 hours of pumping. And the same was done for the previous project. And these are cumulative impacts, so the impact, potential impact should not be based on an 8-hour calculation. It needs to be based on much longer. Anyway, so I think it's on the last slide, isn't it?
Slide 4?
Yeah.
Okay, need to wrap up. Is he gone? Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else, Sarah? You have one more person? All right, bring him forward. Okay, all right. Okay, any other public comment from the chambers? If not, we'll close public comment and bring it back to the commission. All right, seeing no movement, I'll close public comment and bring it back to the commission for questions.
Yeah, just a quick question regarding water. So for the existing 20-acre operation, did you say 13.5?
Last year we used 13.5 million gallons.
Okay.
The year before, it was 16 million. It was a much hotter year, so there is variance depending on how they go. And the year before that, it was lower. So it varies from year to year, but we're still a fraction.
Okay, and then the expected for the additional 10 acres, we're bumping that up from 13 to 35?
No, we're not expecting 35. The EBA did the analysis at 35 to confirm that there was plenty of water at 35 million. We expect that we're probably talking about 25 million. It could go up above that theoretically, but I think it's very difficult to know until you get the season. But we're probably looking at about, conservatively again, 25 million gallons.
Okay.
Which is still far less than it would be if we were planting vines on this property.
Yeah, and that's it's great that we have you guys, because I don't think we've ever had any project where we've come back and we're able to ask these questions about their actual use.
Sure.
We've asked, staff to kind of give us some data, anything that they might have for many of the well reports that have, came back, but I think it's a good opportunity for us to ask these questions if we have any more regarding the use, operation, for example, once your operation increases to accommodate those 10 additional acres, you mentioned that there was not going to be an increase in staffing.
De minimis.
Major increase in staffing, or what are you expecting in terms of how this will look like with those 10 additional acres?
Well, the primary difference is going to be the areas that are farmed. We're going to be able to, it'll require some more. We do use farm labor contractors. But what we have is we have them doing discrete tasks. The biggest impact areas for labor is when we're planting and when we're harvesting. But what we do is we schedule and tier, what I'm trying to think of the word, we schedule our plants to ripen at different times. So what we would be able to do is, it's not so much we need to bring more people in, we just schedule them so that we're at different points so that we can dry and harvest them at different points, similar to how you would do grapes. But as anything else, when you do it at scale and it's all close by, this is the real benefit of having the co-location, is rather than having locations far removed where they're traveling and they're having to set up and prepare out there, they're able to do everything here. We're able to have meetings where our managers were minimal increase in actual management oversight. So it's really, we're expecting a de minimis increase in the actual overall. Some of the equipment will increase in terms of our mulch, our irrigation lines and such at that rate. But I think that the actual labor and the impact is going to be much more efficient than if it were a separate farm located at an off-site location.
So what's your estimated number of employees?
I believe we are at 15 to 20 people employed, but we'll have, and part of that is because we have administrative folks that are off-site, but we'll use farm labor contractors for the majority of the work.
I understand that, and it would be, but on a regular basis, you have 15 to 20 people on site, and then during your planting and harvesting, that will increase about how many?
That will increase for planting.
I'm not sure. There's 15 existing and we're proposing to go to 20.
Sam's going to tell you to get closer to your mics.
Go ahead.
There's 15 existing and we're going to 20. There won't be 2 directors of operations there. There won't be 2 plant health managers.
I just want to know, how many, okay, 15 or 20 on a general basis, when you have your influx of extra for specific purposes, about, what does that about account to?
We're probably 50 to 60 people at least when we're at its actual hardcore peak.
Okay, so
Farm labor contractors.
right, I understand that. So my wonderment is the concern about the increased traffic. It's going to be substantial.
It won't be that much more substantial over what we currently have, because even when we're doing the farm labor contractors, planting is not going to require a 50% increase in farm labor contractors. We're just going to plant an extra day. So we're going to be able to do more than 50% increase by adding, with the people that we have. There's a lot of the same people are going to be able to do more work in the same time frame.
Right. It's just a lot of folks.
Yes, no, it's a lot of money.
Can I address one thing on the water here? This is a limited data set that we shared. We have the transducers as required, and that we found that from March.
You need to get closer to the mic.
The transducer data from March to March sets at that 130 number that's up there, full recharge year over year with all that water use. Over the summer season when there's no rainfall, this is what that limited data set's showing. But our transducer data that you guys have all access to and can pull at any given time shows full recharge March to March.
A question about your 362 oaks that you need to remove. You have 602 acres. Can you not find another spot that doesn't involve oak removal to set up the operation that you need to set up?
The location that we picked for this was multi-factored. First, we wanted to remove it as far away as we could from some of our neighbors. We have some neighbors that have expressed less than enthusiasm for this, and the areas where we could have put it would have been closer to them. It is also right at the corner of the intersections of Siegler and Diener. We're not clearing that area entirely. We're putting it right in there. We could move it somewhere else, but then we would be impacting somebody else, and we would also be removing it away from the center of our operations, which would increase the overall impact we'd have on the area. By keeping everything close, we're actually going to keep a whole bunch of other area unimpacted, so available for fauna and flora to go without having people driving back and forth. Most of the property we have up there is open space. And there's not a lot of it that's actually open and available. The reason this is available to be cleared is because it was cleared long ago and was planted in walnuts originally and then grapes. So we're actually able to utilize most of this area because it's been previously cleared without any impact.
I'm concerned about the number of oak trees being removed. Other questions?
Yes. Again, as I stated before, I did a site visit, and I would have to say, Mr. Simon and Mr. Edwards, that the site, I was very impressed with your operation. So it's probably one of the best operations. Not that I've seen a whole lot, but it is one of the best operations I've seen so far in Lake County.
Thank you.
So I appreciate the effort that you've put into your project. I did have a question. Along with, as my fellow commissioner said, this is an opportunity for us to ask, since you have been in business, you have a permit already to operate. You have 4 people listed as designated individuals for complaints, specifically, I think, maybe odor and noise complaints. So have you received complaints? What's the status of that since you've been operating with the 20 acres?
I don't know how many, there's one neighbor that has, I would say it would be fairly characterized as complaints. She does not like the smell of cannabis, and we've tried to mitigate, we've planted a bunch of lavender as close to her place as possible to try to mitigate that. Other than that, I would say everything that was characterized as complaints, we have had complaints about people driving, and we have addressed that, just so you know, with a very strict hammer. We have told our employees that if they are caught speeding, we have a zero tolerance for that. So, and I would encourage the public to communicate to us if that happens. Other than that, I would say every issue we've had is more of a dialogue than I would characterize as a complaint. There were a number of other grows, both licensed and otherwise, in our area. And unfortunately, because we're the most noticeable, we get credit for whatever problems they may bring. There was some trash. As a result, we have our staff go out there and pick up trash anywhere near our site and way down the road as well. So when we've been able to address every conversation that there has been. Other than that, I can't think of any complaints that have actually come through that line. We did have a conversation the other day. People have complained about some of the dust. So what we have done is we have gone ahead and used what's called dust off on the road to mitigate their dust, and we have been watering our internal roads to mitigate dust so it doesn't affect their areas. So it's that type of a conversation. One of the neighbors asked somewhere far removed from our place that we actually help dust off their driveway, and we did so. So it's not necessarily complaints, it's more of a conversation, and I think as people work with us, they learn that we're pretty open to kind of being good neighbors.
Right. Thank you.
So do we want to?
Do we have a date, since we're not going to make it to?
We close public input.
If you're not ready to make a motion, we do have a proposed date and time for a
I'm
continuance.
sorry,
but
I
that
have to
would
go, so then we don't have a quorum.
Oh, there's no quorum now?
No, there is now, but in a moment, there won't be.
I would ask, if possible, that we could have a vote today, either way, but is there enough time just to put the vote up?
I mean, I don't have any further questions, unless if there's any other information or questions that would take more time.
I'm fine. I can vote now. I could vote now if we wanted to make a motion. This is as I clarified with staff before, this is District 5.
Yeah.
So
Would you go ahead and do that?
yes, I could read it. If you are ready, or if you feel like you need more information, then we could pick another date.
I need to be going, so I didn't want to
Thank
leave
you.
you guys in the lurch if we were ready to vote.
Do we? We have a lot of paper. There we go. Okay. Yes, I have sample motions. I move that the Planning Commission find that potential impacts associated with the project applied for by 1833DS LLC, Peter Simon, can be mitigated to less than significant through the implementation of the mitigated negative declaration for the property located at 10750 and 10417 Siegler Springs North, 10800 and 10833 Diener Drive, Kelseyville, APNs 115-004-5, 115-004-01, 115-004-08, and 011-069-48 will not have a significant impact or effect on the environment, and that the Planning Commission adopt initial study PL-25-71 with the findings listed in the staff report dated May 28th. Okay, as corrected to today's date, June 11th, 2026.
A second.
Moved and seconded to approve this motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? No. Too many trees.
I move that the planning commission find that the major use permit PL-25-71 applied for by 1833 DS LLC Peter Simon for the property located at 10750 and 10417 Siegler Springs North, 10800 and 10833 Dino Drive, Kelseyville, APNs, same APNs as mentioned previously, does meet the requirements of Section 51.4 and Article 27 of the Lake County zoning ordinance, and that the major use permit be granted based on the findings and subject to the conditions included in the staff report dated as corrected to today's date, June 11, 2026.
I second.
All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Both motions carry. Let me read that the applicant or any interested person is reminded that the zoning ordinance provides for a 7-day calendar day period to appeal.
Wait a sec. What?
My apologies. You would need for the motion to pass, you would need a unanimous vote. So both motions have failed.
Oh.
Is this a new rule?
No. No. And we probably should have asked ahead of time. So.
So it's an automatic appeal for the...
No, an automatic appeal occurs when there is a tie. This is an outright denial, so the applicant can, or any party can file an appeal within the next 7 days.
Yes, could we open up the motion again and ask the applicant if they would like to reschedule?
If we open up the motion to vote again, it would have to be from the 2 to 1, from, coming from us two, to open up the motion again.
To approve a...
Motion for reconsideration.
Correct.
So then they would come back another day? Is that what you're saying?
No, we would have to vote, but if.
Well,
Maybe we should ask county council.
Yeah.
motion for reconsideration would be the motion. It would have to come from one of the parties who were on the successful side, and it was a denial. So it would have to come from the chair as a motion. You'd have to step down, I think, to make the motion for just that motion, and then because you can't make a motion from the chair.
Right.
And once the motion for reconsideration goes
The
through.
reconsideration of the vote that we just took, not reconsideration of having them come back another time.
No, reconsideration of the decision, like, so reconsideration of a motion.
Just what we did.
Just the vote we just took.
Yes.
Right.
Okay, in order to...
But they will be coming back, I'm sure, whether it's to the commission or to the board.
So what do I have to do? I have to go...
It's up to you, I guess.
Yeah, motions for reconsideration come from, the motion itself needs to come from from a member of the successful vote. So
Which would be
the denial,
these two.
which would be the denial.
Oh, that was a successful?
The success was a denial.
Oh.
Because your vote for no. Why does that make that a success?
Makes sense.
Because the party, okay, so those who were on the succeeding yes or no side, because otherwise it leads to a scenario where those who didn't agree with the vote, who would have preferred it to pass, can just keep motioning to reconsider. So it needs to come from a party on the side who voted for the side that the outcome that won. So a no would be the outcome that won in this case, because there wasn't a 3 vote.
So if you wanted to reconsider your vote, you could make the motion, but if you're not going to change your vote, then it would stay.
So this scenario, if we just go forward with what just happened, what does the applicant do?
Then the applicant has 7 days. The applicant or any interested party has 7 days.
So then this 7-day appeal
Correct.
goes into effect.
Correct. I wasn't, my apologies, I interrupted you, but when you were reading it, but it wasn't because that was incorrect, it was because you had said that the motion passed and it did not.
Oh, got it, okay. It's first time. Okay, so then I'm gonna read this.
Yes, correct.
Okay. The applicant or any interested person is reminded that the zoning ordinance provides for a 7-day calendar day appeal period. If there is a disagreement with the planning commission, an appeal to the Board of Supervisors may be filed. The appropriate forms and application fee must be submitted prior to 5 p.m. on or before the 7th day following the planning commission's decision in this matter.
Thank you for your consideration.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Thank you for that clarification. We'd not been in this sticky wicket spot before. I didn't know how it worked. Thank you. So,
So, and I guess,
okay, so I need,
Madam Chair, if you need to adjourn the meeting.
entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting?
do we need a motion?
We don't need a motion.
Just adjourn.
Meeting adjourned. Thank you very much.